Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. While his funeral was happening over 1,700 miles from his hometown of Casper, Wyoming, there was a palpable Wyoming feel to Dick Cheney's funeral service Thursday in Washington, D.C. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that former President George W. Bush remembered him as a, quote, true man of the West.
There was one where Bush was talking about how one day at kindergarten, his grandson asked if he could take him to school for show and tell. And he went. He wasn't too busy for it. He went, and Bush said that the teacher then remarked that, that was the best show and tell since some other little girl brought her cow to school.
Dick Cheney had 4 decades of public service that included being the youngest White House chief of staff, a congressman from Wyoming, Pentagon chief, and the 46th vice president of the United States. The town of Laramie is all abuzz as it prepares for Josh Allen's return for the retirement of his Wyoming Cowboys football jersey on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson reports things will start getting busy in downtown Laramie on Friday and carry through late Saturday night.
There's a lot going on. So on Friday night, the marching band comes downtown and plays at various bars downtown, and then the game is at noon on Saturday, so tailgating will start in the morning, probably as early as 9. Saturday morning, Josh Allen will meet with the team ahead of their game, and then at halftime, the whole reason he's here is because his number 17 jersey from when he was a player at the university will be retired during halftime, during a ceremony at halftime. He was already inducted into the University of Wyoming Hall of Fame, the Athletic Hall of Fame, earlier this year. So this is kind of the conclusion to that. He's the first player ever to have his jersey retired.
The University of Wyoming spent $2 million to run a 30-second ad during the Super Bowl featuring newly minted NFL MVP and UW alum Josh Allen. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers advanced 5 property tax reform plans Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one of the measures, if passed by the legislature and the people of Wyoming, it would change the state constitution and eliminate residential property tax altogether.
The Wyoming County Commissioners Association, they heard from a person representing 99 municipalities, cities and towns, Wyoming, and they heard from others just saying, hey, this shifts the taxing power into states' hands, blanching our local communities, taking away their taxing power, taking away their autonomy. The proponents were saying, yeah, but some people, their property taxes have doubled. Some people they're suffering out there.
If property taxes were eliminated, a bill that would trigger into place after passage of that constitutional amendment would increase Wyoming's base sales tax of 4% to 6%. Many counties have added optional local taxes and tax their consumers at 5 or 6% already, or in the case of Teton County, at 7%. After an unseasonably warm November, Wyoming meteorologists agree that an incoming winter weather system will reach Wyoming by Thanksgiving. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that temperatures will drop, snow could cover the entire state, and travelers should plan for nationwide travel impacts.
There's a significant mass of cold air that's going to be reaching Wyoming early next week, and it's going to persist. So this isn't going to be a one-and-done sort of thing. It's going to lead to daytime temperatures that are going to be in the low 30s to high 20s, and overnight temperatures in the teens. Now, there may be snow, there may not be snow. It's too early to say yet, but there's a good sign that there will be precipitation. And even if there is snow and that snow doesn't accumulate, it could still melt. So if you're planning on driving or flying Thanksgiving morning, there could be black ice on the roads and the runways, which are going to hamper any travel plans that you might have.
Many meteorologists have anticipated this change earlier in November, but most of the winter weather up to this point has shifted eastward, keeping Wyoming warm. However, there's no denying winter is coming. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
During high school, I hung with the wrong crowd and I never graduated.
I helped Santiago in many different ways, like all fathers do, because he always wanted to go to college.
I felt a little embarrassed to come back to school, but eventually, once I came here, I knew that it's for a bigger goal.
He was very dedicated, hardworking. He connected with his teachers, he connected with other students. That was one of the key reasons why he was able to keep forging ahead.
It was amazing to see him graduate. This was one thing that meant so much to him, and of course, it meant so much to us too.
With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed. That support is everything.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Hey, it's a finally Friday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're going to be looking at a whole bunch of stories today. Dick Cheney laid to rest in Washington, D.C. in a very Western-like ceremony. Big Piney Robin Hood makes a plea deal. So now both those kids that shot an arrow through their victim, allegedly, have sought plea deals, have pleaded guilty to slightly lesser charges. We'll talk about that gruesome incident, where it's gone next. Josh Allen returns to Laramie tomorrow. In fact, he'll arrive today at some point after a dreadful game last night. Oh, I don't know if Josh is going to be signing autographs because it looks like he hurt his right wrist, his throwing wrist. Just an awful game. Special guests today. Yes, we got a lot of them. Susie Bell's going to be on. Susie Bell's story of how she left the Mormon faith, left her husband, which you're not allowed to do in the LDS community. She then went into bodybuilding. Talk about an about face. And then Susie Bell wrote a book, and we're going to learn from everything she knows. Susie Bell's memoir, A Piece of Me, Finding My Voice After Mormonism, Marriage, Medicine, and Men. Susie Bell will be on the show today. Bill Schilling, the guy behind the Hathaway Scholarship Program, he'll join us today. It's Friday, so Bill Sniffen will make a weekly appearance. Eric Crock is the teacher who's got you for life. He'll be on today. He was featured in a Cowboy State Daily story recently. Chad Baldwin, Mindy, Peeps, University of Wyoming. We'll talk all things number 17. And Kooch Daniels, an intuitive who does tarot card readings. She'll do your reading in a variety of different ways. Author of several books, including a new one out now that you have to read, Stars, Cards, and Stones. Cooch Daniels will be on the show. So action-packed? Yeah, let's say so. That's not my weather. Where's my weather? There, that's more weathery. Here's your weather this Friday, and as you may have heard, weather changes coming for Thanksgiving week. Yeah, so keep an eye on things. We've been used to pretty nice temperatures, pretty warm conditions, mild. That's all going to change next week. In Casper, becoming sunny today, 54 the high. Mostly sunny in Lander, 51. Evanston, you're top out at about 44, with skies eventually becoming sunny. Might be a slight chance of early morning rain in Rock Springs. Some fog, but the sun will prevail. By the afternoon, highs 48. Pinedale, 46, sunny. Areas of fog in the morning for Afton, otherwise sunny afternoon, 46. DuBois, sunny and 47. Jackson, fog in the morning. Sunny afternoon with highs in the upper 40s. Thermopolis, 55 under sunshine. Cody, about 56 and sunny. Buffalo, sunny and 54. Sheridan, sunny, 56. Gillette, some morning fog with gradually clearing skies in the afternoon, 56 the high. Newcastle, foggy start, sunny afternoon, 51. Torrington, highs 53. Slight chance of rain early morning. Same for Wheatland. Patchy fog early for the state capital, Cheyenne. Chance of snow or rain, cloudy today with highs near 43. Boy, that doesn't sound like a game day forecast. Laramie, chance of snow and rain, mainly in the morning. By the time they kick off, that'll be tomorrow, actually. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Hang on. We need a tomorrow Laramie forecast, which we'll get from Don Day when he comes on later today. Mostly cloudy in Rawlins, highs 45. What is it supposed to do in Laramie? Be prepared for... Laramie has not enjoyed the warmest of temperatures in the first 2 weeks of the month, like the rest of the state. Many of us across the state have had a great 2 weeks. Laramie's been, good, but not great. 40s today, where the rest of the state's well into the 50s for the most part. I want to see what it's going to do tomorrow for the game, just so I know. So when Don Day comes on, I'll be prepared to sort of know something. Not that the weather affects attendance. People are going to go to that game. That game's going to be packed. Not going to be a problem. There'll be plenty of fans. Actually, tomorrow the weather's going to be really nice in Laramie. 51 and sunny. Oh, yeah. That's football weather. Yeah, that sounds good. These late season home games in Laramie, you never know whether you got to bust out the shovels or what. 51 and sunny, that'd be really nice. That works perfectly. Some of the stories in the Cowboy State Daily, Dick Cheney remembered as a true man of the West. I think it was a Texan that once said that. Who said that? He was a Texan. True man of the West. Former President George W. Bush said that. Dick Cheney remembered as a family man, loyal friend, kind, witty, horseback rider, fly fisherman. He loved fly fishermen. Probably now driving his Ford pickup in heaven. Wow, that's some product placement there by Ford. His funeral took place 1,700 miles from his hometown of Casper. But there was a western feel to it, a Cowboy State, Wyoming feel to it, said State Senator Ogden Driscoll, who was there. He said there was a lot of Wyoming there, meaning like the feel, the family and friends. He said, I would say the section we were in had quite a few from home, a great show of Wyoming people. And that included Governor Mark Gordon, former Governor Matt Mead, State Senator Cal Case, good friend of Dick Cheney, and a host of others. Now, politics certainly defined much of Dick Cheney's life, especially in the later years, negatively so, regarding his daughter. Now, you would expect a father to have his daughter's back. I appreciate that. I respect that. But Dick Cheney said some things towards Donald Trump that weren't real nice for Trump. And by the way, President Trump did not attend. He was not invited. This was a fairly private affair. Obviously, invitation only. And President Trump, who has remained respectfully mum on the whole thing, he respects the dead, I think. There's not many things President Trump respects. Did you hear his "shut up, piggy" comment? I watched the video of that. That was cringe. Oh, man. That's not nice. That's not presidential behavior. So for him to refrain from a 2 a.m. text, a 2 a.m. statement on Truth Social is golf clap for the President Donald Trump not to go there, with a comment about Dick Cheney, because he and Liz certainly public enemy number one in the Trump camp in the later years of Dick Cheney's life. But he came to the defense of his daughter, and that's as you would expect. Was any of that there? Any of that feel politics? No, says Senator Driscoll, who commented on the story for Cowboy State Daily. He said, while politics surrounded Liz and Dick in their later years and in a not so great fashion, he said the funeral was not political at all. Driscoll said it was the nicest service I've ever been to in my life. The messaging was just really across the board what you would expect. Yeah, so that went on in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, getting close to tying a bow on this sordid case out of Big Piney. Claire McFarland has the story. Can't stress enough what oddity this is for Big Piney and even Sublette County. Sublette County's not terribly populated. Sublette County's fairly rural. Sublette County is the county that has Pinedale as its county seat. Where is my county thing? Here we go. Sublette is on the population-wise on the smaller side. I'm pretty sure 8,965. That would make it one of the lesser populated counties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th smallest by population, yet twice the size of other counties. One of the bigger size counties, but not big population. Certainly rural. And for Big Piney, which is, if Sublette's tiny, Big Piney rhymes with tiny. Tiny Big Piney. It's barely I wouldn't even call it a town. It's just kind of a community. There's not much to Big Piney. Its claim to fame is it's the ice box of the nation. Always cold, cold, cold temps in Big Piney. Otherwise, you would never know it. You would never see it. You got to be very intentional just to drive through it. It's off the main highways, and calling them main highways in this area of Sublette is a stretch. You really got to point your vehicle at Big Piney to get there. And for it to have a case like this, a gruesome murder and mutilation of a body. Orion Schlesinger and Rowan Lidauer are the two alleged, I don't know if we still have to say alleged, Claire would know best, because both of them have now taken plea deals. Both of them have pleaded guilty to their involvement in the killing of their friend. Oh, with friends like these, who needs armed enemies? This happened back in February of this year, earlier in February. So that's pretty fast to get plea deals by the end of the year. The night of February 1st, headed into February 2nd. And both Schlesinger and Lidauer, who were friends with the victim, Dakota Farley. In fact, they had taken road trips together, I guess, and played video games together. But that relationship went sour when the victim, Dakota Farley, was thought to be messing around with one of the bow and arrow shooter dude's sister. And the word pedophile is thrown around, so apparently the sister is perhaps a minor. Whatever turned the relationship sour, it caused Lidauer. At some point, Lidauer, in a text message to a friend, characterized Farley, Dakota Farley, as a pedophile. And at one point, the two got together in the middle of the night and said, we're going over there to deal with Dakota Farley. In fact, they said they were going over there to kill him. On the night of February 1st, Milinkovich, prosecuting attorney, said Schlesinger woke up his girlfriend, told her he was going to Lidauer's house, and together those two were going over to pay Farley a visit and to kill him. That sounds like intent. That sounds like first degree kind of stuff, but both of them are going to go lesser, including the reason it's in the news today. Lidauer is going to work a plea deal to go down to second degree murder, even though it certainly looks like he planned this long enough to march more than a mile in temperatures of 32 degrees, as Milinkovich pointed out, the prosecuting attorney. He even took time to note the winds. He said the wind's blowing 20 miles an hour. It's freezing out. And these two were on a 1 mile death march with their bow and arrow to go deal with Dakota Farley. Does that not sound like first degree? Milinkovich is arguing, and we never get there with the first degree because of the plea deal, which we'll talk about in a second. But Lidauer fired an arrow that went through Farley's arm, through his aorta, and into his trachea, likely killing him on the spot. Farley went down, and Lidauer shot another time. This is the arrow that impaled him into the floor. Oh, still not done. Lidauer then obtains a BB gun and shoots Farley in the face with it. So that's the mutilation part of the charges against Lidauer. Rowan Lidauer originally faced first-degree murder charges for that. And he's going to plead down to one count of second-degree murder. Apparently, the mutilation is going to be dropped. Sentencing is scheduled. Schlesinger already pleaded guilty to conspiring to commit second-degree murder. That was back in mid-October. Schlesinger, the one who was not the trigger man, let's say, not the boat, he was just along for the ride. He's pled down to conspiracy to commit second-degree murder. His sentencing is set for December 19th, so Merry Christmas for Schlesinger. Lidauer, the trigger man, the one who did the actual killing, allegedly, if I have to still say that, had been the whole time for the last month advancing pleas of not guilty. and not guilty by reason of mental illness. I mean, he was trying everything, basically, grabbing at anything. His attorney is one of my favorite attorneys. I feel for her. I think he's got Trophonis as his attorney. That's, boy, I don't know what you do with that case. Elizabeth Trophonis is representing Lidauer. And yeah, to get him a plea deal for second degree, I don't know. Some people are going to say he should have tried for the first degree. But here's the thing. Sublette County, Clayton Milinkovich, the prosecutor, he'd be the first one to tell you that this county does not have the bandwidth nor the money. Well, maybe Milinkovich wouldn't say this. I'm saying this. And we've already seen it happen in Sublette County. There was a high-profile case years ago involving murder of a hitchhiker, missing person woman. And that case was fairly well botched by Sublette County. They're just not, the county is not ready for prime time when it comes to a big case like this. This would have been charging 2 people with first-degree murder. Already, Sublette County said they were taking the life sentence off the table because those kind of procedures get very expensive with repeals, not repeals, with appeals, and they go on forever, and they're very complex to try a case like that. Complex and expensive. Complex and expensive does not fit with Sublette County. And I can imagine they wanted nothing to do with this case. Had it gone to jury trial, it would have been very difficult for this county to make this happen. So a plea deal, I could see a plea deal coming. Certainly when one of the 2 Robin Hoods already took one a month ago. You see the writing on the wall. Sooner or later, Lidauer is going to stop saying, I'm not guilty because I'm crazy, and start saying, yeah, I did it, but I didn't really plan it out good. He'll take second degree. Trophonis and Milinkovich, the 2 lawyers, agreed to recommend a 75-year to life prison term for Lidauer under terms of the agreement. So second degree still puts away Lidauer, presumably for most of his natural life, assuming no early parole or good behavior or anything like that. So the plea deal, and yeah, once sentencing is completed in this story of Sublette County and Big Piney will be able to put behind them. It is so not Big Piney. And of course, all condolences to Dakota Farley's family. Just a horrendous story that may be wrapping up. Claire McFarland has it in the Cowboy State Daily. We're going to turn to more stuff in this early hour. A plan to just outright kill property taxes. What if there was no more property tax? Never mind a 25% cut or relief. How about we just do away with property tax? Sounds good, huh?
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Daddy! If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Hey, I'm all for eliminating any tax wherever it can be found. Of course, there is the other edge of the sword. Kill the tax and you kill the revenue it creates, which means some things you have come to depend on in your community, in your county, may go away or may be less efficient. I mean, from plowing the roads to sewer pipeline breaks, water main repair. I mean, all the things government should be taking care of, the basics. There are some that feel, especially coming out of COVID when free money was flying around, that counties were living high on the hog and above their means. And beyond the basics of government, plowing the roads and filling potholes, government was going wild on a spending spree. You county commissioners were approving all kinds of initiatives, but we got to tighten the belt now. COVID's over. That money is drained. And reduced revenue from the state, from the legacy energy stuff like oil, gas, coal, that money has been dwindling. So we've already been getting used to tighten our belt. Then property tax relief, which went into effect, 25% tax cut, that also affected revenues, is affecting revenues across every county in the state of Wyoming, each to a varying degrees. Some counties could weather it better than others. And this is a state with very few options as to where to go get revenue. No income tax in Wyoming. And when the notion was brought up, it was immediately silenced at a conference the other day, which I'm glad to hear. There was a meeting of the minds where Wyoming legislators advanced a plan to kill all residential property taxes. I think 5 property tax reform bills in all were considered by the Wyoming Legislators' Joint Revenue Committee. They discussed things a couple days ago, I think on Wednesday. And they're trying to fashion some bills that will appear at this session, this upcoming session, February 9th. One of the measures was interesting. If passed by the legislature, if this goes, this bill, it would eliminate completely residential property tax altogether. Talk about property tax relief. This is not a cut. This is a erase. Elimination, a complete eradication of property tax. I like it. The bill would trigger into place only after, and by the way, to eliminate property tax, this bill would change. It'd have to change the state constitution, which calls for some kind of property tax. You'd have to jimmy with the Constitution, but that can be done, has been done. And the bill would trigger into place only after there was kind of a substitute Band-Aid tax to cover for the lost revenue there, and that's an increase to the base sales tax. Wyoming's base sales tax is 4%. Each county can add to that depending on their needs. Teton County has added 3 cents to that. Teton County is the highest sales tax rate in Wyoming, as you could probably guess. They're at 7%. Other counties have added a penny or two. They might be 5 or 6% sales tax. Those pennies that they add go directly back to those counties. But to eliminate property tax, lawmakers saying, well, we got to make up for that lost revenue somehow, so let's increase the base sales tax to 6%. So it's basically changing how you're taxed. Should you be taxed based on a home you bought and have owned for maybe 20, 30, 40 years? Should you continue to pay a tax on that? One lawmaker likened it to paying the government rent for your house. I thought that was interesting and pretty accurate. Who said that? Senator Bob Ide, Republican, Casper. He thinks the sales tax would be much fairer. The sales tax obviously is a consumption tax. It's only triggered when you make the decision to spend your money. In some cases, food is not taxed. So in some cases, the bare necessities would not be taxed. But if you make discretionary purchases, that's when you should divvy out a little bit for your government, a consumption tax. That can be controlled, said Senator Ide. Ide said with property taxes, homeowners are taxed on a static asset, essentially, quote, renting from the government. Ide said to me, that's not right. I'm with you, Senator Ide. That may be headed down the right road. Now, if the state sales tax, the base sales tax, increased from 4 to 6%, so anytime you spend $1, 6 pennies of it would go to the state government, would that cover for the disappearance of property tax? Not quite, from what I understand. Local governments, schools, counties, government at its local level is what benefits from residential property tax right now. That's where your property tax goes, to school, education, to your local schools, to your local government. Collectively, all the money in property tax that gets divvied out to the counties is $644 million per year, which would go away should property tax amendment pass and we get rid of property tax altogether. $644 million gone from the state coffers. Significant, yes. Each new penny of sales tax brings the state about $237 million. So if it's raised double that, if it's raised 2 cents, which is the proposal from 4% to 6%. So now we're looking at $480 million compared to $644 million. So it would still fall short. Still more belt tightening if property tax was completely eliminated and sales tax stepped into its place, 2 pennies worth. it would bring about $475 million, give or take, compared to an estimated $644 million loss. So you'd still have a gap there, which could easily be covered by Elon Musk should he just start spending some of his money. According to Billie Eilish, this billionaire is sitting on all his money and he won't let anybody have it. But I digress. I'm trying to stop myself from getting off topic, although that's half the fun of the show, right? When I start meandering. So it wouldn't quite even out to raise sales tax and get rid of property tax, but it'd be kind of close. And to not pay property tax, boy, you ask one lawmaker what that would mean. Senator Dan Dockstetter, longtime senator down there in Afton, has seen his property tax go nuts. He lives in a unique portion of the state. He's in Lincoln County, I'm pretty sure, but influenced by neighboring Teton County. And Dockstetter says not only his own taxes, but he said, I hear repetitively of property tax issues. Dockstetter said, probably wherever he goes, it's one of the top issues Dockstetter hears. And thanks to ultra-wealthy Teton County, where home values have spiked, property taxes tied to the home valuations have spiked and gone crazy. He hears from his constituents they've borne about 112% increase in property tax. 112% is a more than doubling of your property tax in the last few years. Dockstetter said that's unacceptable. He said 112% increase for the average person just living their life, taking care of their job, their family, doing what they need to do. He said that is not acceptable. So property tax relief, we're still talking about it. It wasn't enough last time around at the lawmaking session where considered was 50%, half your bill just forgiven. The compromise ended up being a 25%, but this time around, lawmakers are going for the touchdown. This is 4th and 3 at the 40-yard line of your opponent, and you got a few options. You could just punt, which lawmakers refused to do last year. You could kick a field goal, which is kind of what we did. We said, all right, we'll take the 3 points. We'll kick a field goal. Or you could be the Detroit Lions. They always go for it. And that's what we're doing this time, this February. We may go like the Detroit Lions and go for it. Dan Campbell style. And just touchdown or nothing. Getting rid of property tax. So while they're talking about this in Wednesday's meeting, a guy named Ted Hanlon, I don't know who Ted Hanlon is, but Ted, I can't imagine you were born and bred in Wyoming. Ted Hanlon sounds like a Californian to me. He's a resident. He spoke up during public comment, and he said sales tax are regressive, meaning they harm poor people. Sounds like liberal thinking. And he said, quote, an income tax was not something you all considered. Dude, if you even say income and tax in the same sentence in Wyoming, there may be somebody else who says get a rope. We don't say income tax in Wyoming, Ted. We do not speak of such things. We certainly don't utter those ideas aloud. Co-committee chair, Senator Troy McCowan of Gillette gave an abrupt no, and some in the room laughed. Well, it's no laughing matter. They may have laughed to cover the fact that one of the lawmakers was saying, get a rope. Did someone say income tax? Who said that? Ted Hanlon said that. Ted. We should have Ted on the show to give him a fair shake. But Ted, I don't know when you got to Wyoming, whether it was just yesterday, but we do not talk about income tax. That's not happening. That's a non-starter. Yeah. So Representative House Rep Jamie Lean Casper told the public she wanted to make it abundantly clear that neither I nor this committee have any intentions of making an income tax. Amen, said McCowan. Amen, says me. Yeah. Sales tax, I mean, there has to be a tax somewhere to make up for the lost revenue if property tax goes away. But property tax to me, I don't know, what do you people think? It seems the fairest way if you're going to tax stuff. Keeping in mind, all tax is bad. Tax is a 4-letter, 3-letter word. Tax is bad. And the idea the government taxes you for money you make, you go out and hustle, show a little hustle and earn, and the government wants some of that with an income tax. That seems the most unfair. Sorry, I went out and got a job and worked. Was it? I'm sorry, Governor. Was it you working while I was flipping hamburgers at Wendy's? Because I'm busting my butt out here making money, and then I get my paycheck, and some of it went away to the state. Oh, I'm sorry. Was the state helping me with this job? I didn't know that. Here's your share. That seems the most unfair, an income tax, and that's why Wyoming doesn't have one, because we don't roll that way. And then the property tax, that's right up there with what feels unfair. Maybe a one-time tax, a la a sales tax, when you buy a property. You buy $1 million house, you should maybe pay, what a percentage of property tax on it on the year you purchase it. But forever, for as long as you own a property, and not tied to the purchase price, but seeing real estate go crazy, and suddenly your $200,000 house is valued at $2 million, and your property tax has exploded. And again, that's perpetual. That is rent to government. Government's your landlord in that case. You just pay him monthly, pay him yearly, twice a year. You make payments to the government for the privilege of owning a property that you already had to pay for and finance. That seems like an unfair tax. Okay, what about one when you decide to spend your money? That seems to me, I think, the fairest. It's your decision to spend money. It wasn't your decision to have your home suddenly valued now at $2 million. The assessor comes around and says, you know what, your house is worth a lot more now. Really? And you got to pay tax on that. That's not a decision. That's something you have no control over. Sales tax, at least you're making a decision to purchase that new computer or that a new couch, or you're making discretionary purchases. I get that it's a regressive tax, but stacked up against the other taxes that government looks to for revenue, it seems to me the least bitter compromise that I can sort of swallow. What think you? Shoot me a text, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Text. What do you think is the fairest tax? If you had to decide between the three, those are the three I think on the table. There could be other taxes, but you want to tax your income? Do you want to tax when you spend money, sales tax, or do you want to be taxed on your home that you own? What's the fairest way to get taxed? I like none of the above, but if there is no option D, none of the above, there is an option D, all of the above, and Democrats would be circling that one. I'm just kidding, Democrat. You know, I like to get on you. But if it's just those three, which one are you picking?
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, we're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Well, the House, and I'm talking about U.S., not Wyoming, the House has come to its senses. I think the House is functioning these days far better than the Senate, I gotta say. Both chambers, of course, make up Congress. You can't have one without the other. And usually it's the House that has the more junior politicians, the more junior electeds, usually. But right now, the House is acting like the adults. And the Senate is acting like the kids at the kid table at Thanksgiving, throwing food and caught making tantrum. The Senate's actions have been embarrassing. And comparatively, the House have been the adults in the room, the adults in D.C. They really have. The House it was the House that initiated the Epstein release files. Otherwise, the Senate was not interested to do anything on that front. So if you're one of them that think there's a whole bunch of stuff in the Epstein files we need to know, you can thank the House for getting that rolling. And the Senate simply followed suit. Government shutdown, that was the Senate. Could not agree. The whole government shutdown, Senate. And now you can thank the House for repealing the spying reparations provision that the Senate stuck in the bill that finally got the government back to work. That seemed like the most tone-deaf, really bad optics thing the Senate could do. I really lost a lot of respect for my Senate when they did that. And I had Senator John Barrasso on. I asked him about that, and he didn't really answer the exact question. I'm like, what was behind, why? Just to recap the Jake's Reader's Digest version of the CR, that's the piece of legislation that had to be voted on to get the government back to work. And the CR, of course, was stalled. Democrats and Republicans on each side throwing spitballs at each other. And finally, a crack in the armor. Some Democrats went over to the other side and tipped the scales enough that we got a vote through and got the government back to work. Much of the hang-up was over health care, which is a big issue. Republicans, just a difference on how we go about fixing it. Democrats believe we at least have to extend the Obamacare tax credits, because without those, everybody's bill, you're going to see sticker shock beginning in 2026. Your premiums are going to go through the roof. Democrats are worried that healthcare is crumbling without those tax credits. Republicans, meanwhile, said, you know what? You should have never done the ACA anyway. The Affordable Care Act was a mess to begin with, and we don't even forget propping it up anymore with tax credits. See, we got to tear it to the ground and start over. So it remains to be seen how we fix healthcare, but at least they got the CR passed. But in doing so, there was an 11th hour, last minute, and look this up under definition of pork barrel. Some piece was shoved in that would allow, it was a provision that would allow senators, particularly 8 GOP senators. So this was it's not a law. I don't know what exactly the political term for it, but it would allow you to take, it was something fashioned for just 8 people. We just passed a law for 8 people in the United States. There are how many millions of people in the U.S., and we just wanted to pass something, a piece of legislature for 8. Talk about... So it would allow the government to sue the government. That was another odd thing. I still haven't had anybody explain to me who you're suing and who would pay you, but it allowed, remember the spying thing, it was all over the 8 GOP senators that had their phone records harvested. Phones were not tapped, but they're who they called and got calls from. That was harvested by the FBI under the instruction of the committee that was looking into the Capitol riots back on January 6th. And that's not right, said Cynthia Lummis and other Republican senators who were on the list, 8 of them in total. And somehow, just to appease them, an avenue to make $500,000 for each time the FBI took a phone record from them unknowing. Do you not see how that looks, Senate Republicans? Do you not see how self-serving a piece of legislation that is? That provision. That is tone-deaf optics, right? That does not look good for your party. Well, it's the House. It has to be the adults in the room. They said, yeah, this doesn't look good. When the CR passed and that tuck-in was made, the House said, that's weird. That's dumb. Yeah, spying's wrong. Yeah, it's alarming. The FBI is looking into its own electeds. That's not acceptable. But you already have Fourth Amendment rights that prohibiting unreasonable search and seizure. That was a remark of Harriet Hageman, your House rep. She was one of all the House members that voted to take that piece, that provision out. 426 to nothing. You want to talk about who can be in a total agreement in this day and age in politics? Well, the House was 426 to nothing. They voted to take that provision out that would allow 8 GOP senators to sue their own government or sue the FBI or... Yeah, Hageman said that's dumb, and so did 425 other House members. That's dumb. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming hunter found mysterious aircraft parts Wednesday scattered around an area near Laramie Peak, sparking an official probe. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that authorities believe the debris likely blew off a small Cessna jet in mid-flight, but no crash was reported.
They looked around, they found a few scattered pieces, and then they hiked up to the top of the ridge, used their binoculars to see if they saw any more, as he put it, more airplane parts or bodies or whatever. Didn't find anything, so they called the authorities, and of course the Sheriff's Department, National Transportation Safety Board, FAA, all sent people out there.
Authorities confirmed that the jet parts were from a plane that had taken off from Casper in 2019 and landed safely in Scottsbluff, Nebraska. A Big Piney man agreed Thursday to plead guilty to second-degree murder and mutilation of a dead body for killing his friend in February with a bow and arrow. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that life in prison is off the table for Rowan Littauer.
So he was facing the death penalty there on his very first couple hearings, but then the prosecutor said, I get it. This is a public defender case. We have a public defender shortage. Death penalty cases are immense undertakings. And so the prosecutor early on was like, it's not a death penalty case, but under the first degree charge he was facing, it was just life. You don't get a term. It's a life sentence. But under the second degree that he's now agreeing to plead guilty to, the 75 to life does have that, however elusive, parole board idea.
It is now up to the Sublette County District Court judge whether to accept the agreement. Littauer can withdraw his guilty plea if she rejects the agreement. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org. And help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 60-year-old Casper man told a judge Thursday that he's a victim before he was sentenced for child pornography charges. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Mark Chenez was defiant in court.
The 60-year-old Casper man was to the very end claiming that some 1,000 images, 70 files of child porn were planted on his phone. That after he made a plea deal with the Natrona County District Attorney in June. So as he was sentenced, he got 12 to 15 years. And as he was being let out, he told the judge, "This is injustice." And she said, "You are in the custody of the court bailiffs."
Even though he took a plea deal, Chenez claimed the 1,083 child porn photos found on his phone were planted there while he was asleep. An 81-year-old rancher's Caterpillar track hoe was stolen in broad daylight near Big Piney, Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that equipment theft is a costly problem, not just in Wyoming.
According to experts, they can strip it for parts or they can take it out of state or out of the country and sell it. It's a big problem nationwide. Up to $1 billion a year in equipment is stolen. And this one didn't have any kind of tracking device on it. The person who stole it was likely able to use it because they have a universal key for these.
Earl Wright, who owns Fishtail Cattle Company near Big Piney, isn't out for vigilante justice. He just wants his 10-year-old $30,000 Caterpillar 305C mini excavator back. The town of Laramie is all abuzz as it prepares for Josh Allen's return for the retirement of his Wyoming Cowboys football jersey on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson reports that things will start getting busy in downtown Laramie starting Friday night.
So on Friday night, the marching band comes downtown and plays at various bars downtown. And Saturday morning, Josh Allen will meet with the team. And then at halftime, the whole reason he's here is because his number 17 jersey from when he was a player at the university will be retired during halftime. So this is kind of the conclusion to that. He's the first player ever to have his jersey retired.
The University of Wyoming spent $2 million to run a 30-second ad during the Super Bowl featuring newly minted NFL MVP and UW alum Josh Allen. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Yeah, it's a Josh Allen kind of weekend. Retiring the number 17, the Pokesville University of Wyoming. Josh Allen expected to land in Laramie sometime today. He'll be at the game tomorrow, which kicks off at noon, but we're going to be tailgating way before that, man. You better get your tailgate on like, I don't know, 8 or 9 in the morning, at least. And then Josh is going to be there on the field. I'm sure he'll come out, do the presidential wave. They officially retire the 17th. Also honor the seniors. It's senior night at UW. Final home game for these seniors. And then, of course, there'll probably be a little football. The Nevada Wolfpack will be the patsies for the Cowboys. Nevada Wolfpack will play the role of the Washington Generals as the Globetrotters, the team the Globetrotters just used to whoop up on. The fictitious team Washington. That was their name, right? The Washington Generals. They were a collection of guys who knew how to get out of the way really good. Like when the Globetrotters were trying to do something, yeah, it was Washington Generals were a professional basketball exhibition team. And their sole role was to get whipped again and again by the Globetrotters and to make the Harlem Globetrotters look good. You know, in other words, don't play defense. Your job to make the Washington Generals team, your audition was to be see how bad you can block shots. If you came out on the court and blocked a shot, they'd be like, hey, wait a minute. Where do you think you are, guy? Hey, rookie. They would talk to him, you know, the rookie. If he stole the ball from one of the Globetrotters, hey, rookie, we don't do that here. 17,000 losses for the Washington Generals. Did they ever win? It's the most asked question on the interwebs concerning the Harlem Globetrotters. They did. They won one time in some 17,000 estimated games. They were playing then as the New Jersey Reds. January 5th, 1971, where they accidentally beat the Globetrotters 100-99, a 1-point win Oops. Somebody didn't get the memo. How did I get off top? Oh, yeah, Nevada Wolfpack's coming to Laradice tomorrow. They're going to play the role of the Washington Generals and get whipped by our Cowboys. The Wolfpack is already kind of rocking that role as it stands. They're last place team in the Mountain West, so should be a win for the Cowboys, but you never know. Wyoming's offense is dreadful. About as bad as the Buffalo Bills were last night. Josh Allen's coming to Wyoming on the heels of a game last night where he was banged up for the second straight week. He said Tampa knocked the stuffing out of him. He said that game against Tampa, which Buffalo won almost 2 weeks ago, was physical. And he said that defense hit me and hurt me. I don't know what he said about last night, but he got sacked, 5 times? At one time, it looked like he broke his wrist. His wrist went like bent in an odd. He got banged up last night. Josh Allen did real bad. The Bills got beat by a team with their backup quarterback. It was embarrassing. There's been a lot of embarrassing moments for Buffalo this year, it's sad to say. Lost to Miami, one of the worst teams in the league. And last night against a team without its starter quarterback, did not put up a whole bunch of a fight. The defense we know is terrible in Buffalo. Terrible. Even the nicest analysts say, well, they have their challenges against challenges. They ranked second to last in stopping the run. They're terrible. They're all hurt. Every one of the guys on defense is hurt, and some more got hurt last night. The blue tent where they bring the guys who get hurt was full at one point. No admittance. Vin Diesel was out in front with a clipboard and the velvet rope saying, we can't let you in. You're not on the list because we already got 3 guys in there. Everybody hurt on defense. So bad they had to go get a guy out of retirement to start at safety. And then the offense, which is the one thing we could count on, is for Josh Allen to go ball out. For Josh Allen to do Josh things and do what he did for the Wyoming Cowboys back when he was a Cowboy and say, you know what? I don't need any teammates. Give me the football. And watch the country boy just start balling. He did that regularly in Laramie for the 3 years he was there. Starter for 2. Remember, during Allen's 3-year college stint, he threw for over 5,000 yards, 44 touchdowns, 28 TDs in 2016 alone. The same season, he led Wyoming to win the Mountain West Division title. 2 seasons of a full-time starter, Josh Allen led the Cowboys to a pair of postseason appearances, bowl games played in the Poinsettia and the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. The only quarterback in Wyoming Cowboy history to beat Boise State. He went 2-0 against Colorado State in the Border War. I mean, he did everything, the number 17, and he did it all without much of a supporting cast. With all deference to Tanner Gentry, who was his favorite receiver. Tanner's pretty good. He didn't have much of a running game. He really didn't have anything. He just did Josh Allen things in Wyoming. We watched the 17 juke and jive and just keep plays alive and then gun the ball downfield like a madman. And he's doing the same thing in Buffalo. He tried last night to do the same thing in Buffalo because his whole team abandoned him last night. Very little running game. The offensive line was crap. And his receivers, you could be a better wide receiver than anything Buffalo's putting a helmet on today. You, whoever you are, doesn't even matter. I'm pointing at you, driving, you watching in your office, you retired from your day job, you cubicle jockey. Any one of us is better than anybody pulling down a paycheck for the Buffalo Bills now at wide receiver. They're terrible. And Josh Allen tried to ball out last night and he just couldn't because Houston's got a defense. Anyway, Josh is coming to Laramie, beat up, banged up, and probably wanting to forget last night. Josh is probably saying, well, at least I'm married to Haley. Yeah, his team abandoned him last night. He had to feel right at home last night in Houston. He had to feel like his old college days. He must have felt like this is what it was like when I was playing for the Brown and Gold. Nobody helping me. Nobody blocking. Nobody running a pass route and getting open. Nobody doing anything. I'll just have to do it all, I guess. Must have really, he probably had flashbacks to playing at the war. Josh is going to be landing sometime today in Laramie. He'll be in town today, tonight. A lot of folks hoping that he comes by to their restaurant, to their bar. We'll see. And then he'll be at the game tomorrow. Kickoff at noon. Josh has got commitments apparently tomorrow, so he's not even going to stay for the whole game. Sometime after the half, he's going to slip out, a la President Trump. Whenever Trump goes to games, it's never for the whole thing, right? I mean, he's president. What else was I got? I was expecting Susie here. No sign of her. Okay. Let me check the Zoom room again, which, yeah, we're going to call the corral. No Susie Bell. All right. Well, we're 0 for 1 on our guests today, but Don Day will be here in a moment. We will get a game day forecast for Saturday. Looks pretty good. Today in Laramie, could see a mix of rain or snow, kind of, But tomorrow, I think 51 and sunny. Certainly 40s and sunny by kickoff. And eventually in that game, could top out at 50 and sunshine for football at the war in Laramie. You can't do much better than that in late November. I mean, that's fine. That's all right. Be a great day. Even the weather gods shining down on Josh Allen tomorrow for his return. We'll have guests later today, Chad Baldwin from the university and Mindy Peeps. They both work in communications for UW. Mindy is the one who places the digital ads. If you see an ad for University of Wyoming, remember those ads, we're all a cowboy. The world needs more cowboys. Yeah, that was UW placing those ads. That was a cool ad campaign. Remember the $2 million Super Bowl ad? 30 seconds, $2 million Super Bowl ad that featured Josh Allen. That was Mindy Peeps voicing that ad, which is cool. The ad's it gives me goosebumps every time I watch it. It was Mindy Peeps voicing it with the tagline right at the very end. MVPs are not made, they're forged. No, MVPs are not found, they're forged. It was when Josh Allen was voted, he got the MVP of the NFL, and UW, which is trying to continue that relationship between Josh and his professional career, the Buffalo Bills. We'll talk about what efforts have been made this season to tie in the University of Wyoming with Buffalo, New York. That relationship continues. But last year, that ad was so cool. MVPs are not found. They're forged. Oh, and it was, what a cool ad. We're going to play it later when Mindy comes on. It was really neat. Let's see. Meanwhile, I was just talking about, oh yeah. Again, we did have a listener say, yes, she feels the best tax is the sales tax. We were trying to decide, if you're going to have one tax, one evil, what is the lessest evil? As lawmakers consider just doing away with property tax and in its place just kind of increasing sales tax. Debbie said that sounds fair. Better than a property tax, better than an income tax, which we do not talk about. Debbie said a sales tax would include everyone in contributing to the infrastructure and it would be fair. Yes, property tax does not include everyone. Renters don't pay property tax, although when your landlord jacks the rent, you kind of do. But it doesn't target everyone, just property owners. Sales tax, even an income tax, not everybody goes out and earns. And when the government reaches in and grabs some of that, you might be de-incentivized to go out and earn. A sales tax would be fair, Debbie said, because it would include everyone who has to, sooner or later, everyone's got to spend money, right? Even the bum on the street, even your homeless who has no house, derives no income other than handouts, and they're not claiming any of that of the IRS. Even they eventually got to go out and spend when they buy a bottle of Boone Hill. Or I'm just making up wine now. What's that low rent wine? When they go out and buy a bottle of Thunderbird, even they're contributing to sales tax. Even your idle bums. So, yeah, I agree, Debbie. Sales tax is the fairest because it would include everyone, pretty much. Kids buying penny candy and your homeless bums buying a bottle of Firebird, whatever. I'm just making up low shelf liquor. David said, let's worry about the spending end of things. If you're worried about lost revenue, government, identify essential services and cut out everything else that's not needed. Yeah, I think government's learning that that's what has to happen. Just take care of the basics, government. And some of the frivolous spending we got into the habit of during COVID, when our government told us to stay home and watch Netflix and order stuff on Amazon. That's all we were allowed to do. And to help us with that, money was just flying around. And here's some money to get you started, some starter money. Stay home. Don't cough on anyone. Binge watch TV and buy stuff on Amazon. And here's some money. Yeah, we all got into that lazy habit, including your county, city governments. It's time to get back to reality and watch your spending. Where is Don Day? Am I going to be 0 for 2? Is there something wrong with my Zoom room? Is it me? It's not me. It's you. It's not you. It's me. There he is. Thank goodness. I'm starting to think that for some reason I've out-teched myself, which is not hard to do. Let's get Don into the Zoom room. Let's have a nice play-in song for him. No, that's my weather. Oh, well, it is the weather song. Yeah, this is the sound bed I used on when I do the morning weather, the day weather forecast
that
statewide.
Sounds very cheerful. I just think of, bunny rabbits hopping through the grass, rainbows.
Dude,
a prancing unicorn.
That's been the soundtrack for the first 2 weeks of November. Normally not so. Normally it'd be a soundtrack much more ominous, and the soundtrack is going to change next week. But for now, let's enjoy. And of course, we need a game day forecast on for Laramie tomorrow, noon kick.
Okay. Well, for today.
Yeah.
We still have that we talked about the far southern part of the state being a little soupy, and that's going on right now along the I-80 corridor, some rain and some fog and a few snow showers in a few areas. But to your point, we're going to have the system clear out, and the weekend looks very quiet for the Cowboy game. Laramie noon kickoff temperatures will be right around the lower 40s, right around there, and we're not expecting any rain or snow. The wind, even the wind, shouldn't be much of a factor. So for a game on November 22nd, at 72-20, the weather's going to be very cooperative. The only thing that would be better is if they somehow found out that Josh Allen has one game eligibility left.
Yeah, although Josh may be banged up from last night.
Yeah, boy, that hit though. He 8 sacks.
He got punished. Golly,
Yes.
that was hard to watch. I don't like Thursday Night Football. There's a big jinx about it. That game is always awful. The game was, I guess, fun and entertaining if you're a Texan, but it was hard to watch as a Bills fan. Yuck.
Yes, it was.
Poor Josh. He'll be limping into Laramie today. He's got all kinds of dents and dings, I'm sure, but yeah, try to forget about it. Yeah, one game of eligibility. Wouldn't that be funny? Some weird collegiate rule like, you could put on the helmet today. Please.
Well, no, this is the excuse. He was in the portal for one day.
Yeah, something. We'll blame it on the portal. Wyoming does not have enough NIL money to pay Josh even to take one snap, but he'll have to do it just, gratis. But maybe we can hope that'll be fun. So then, some weather. Oh, by the way, I didn't want to say this, but I'm wondering if it's just dumb. This notion that the polar vortex creates a wind wall which keeps the cold kind of in Canada, and it's breaking down now.
Yeah, a weakening polar vortex. It is. And this is something that we've been able to see as a potential, because you tend to see this evolving and you're able to see it weeks in advance, but there's always a delay. And that's what I think is frustrating is that we've been seeing this coming during the second half of November, and it is happening. The polar vortex is weakening, and the opportunity for those cold shots really starts to go up, and the opportunity for finally winter weather really goes up. And I think what we're going to see this really on full display about a week from today. But next week, we talked about yesterday, we do have a cold front. It is going to be a lot colder statewide Tuesday and Wednesday. I mean, it's going to be chilly and windy, and there's going to be some snow showers. So we get a little taste of winter during the early parts of next week. But and we'll talk more about this as we get into Monday and Tuesday. But one of these outbreaks of colder weather from that weakening polar vortex is going to be developing by late next week.
So that is a thing. We'll dial in the holiday Thanksgiving forecast early next week when we get Don back on here. Have a great weekend, Don.
I'm going to need a new music bed next week, okay?
Okay. No more bunny rabbits. Right. I'll give you something that conjures cold and snow. Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
Let's take a quick break. We're coming right back.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Yeah, Zoom room issues because I keep calling it the Zoom room instead of the corral. Joey, you're right. Just bring it on myself. It's my own fault. Ain't nobody's fault but mine. Led Zeppelin. Regarding sales tax, yeah, we're starting to zero in on the idea sales tax is the fairest way to ding everybody in order for the government to be able to do what they do. Government's busy gilding the dome, the Capitol dome, and they need money to do that. I almost said gelding the Capitol dome. The government does some gelding as well, but they're gilding that Capitol dome and they're goldifying the state capitol just like Trump is goldifying the White House, and that takes money. And they're going to get money out of your pockets somehow. Income tax, we don't talk that. We don't say that in Wyoming. Property tax also seems dumb and unfair. Lawmakers talked about Wednesday getting rid of property tax altogether. Would mean monkeying with the state statute, but hey, we're one of the few states who's still got a state constitution that's relatively unchanged from the beginning. It's time to start pulling some things out of that and making some red line marks in that thing. And the part where it says, thou shalt pay property tax forever and ever, based on whatever the county clerk says your house is worth, based on whatever Zillow says you could get for it. What? That we're going to just redact right out of the state constitution. Just draw a line right through that. That's dumb. And we're going to all settle on a sales tax because, as one of our listeners points out, one benefit to the sales tax I forgot to mention, it's a discretionary tax. It's enacted when you take action. In other words, if I go out and make money and just decide to save it, why should anybody get a piece of that? When you decide to spend money, that's a discretionary purchase. It's a regressive tax, but it's a tax that's enacted when you take action. You know what it's going to be going in. You know the exact amount. And you factor that into your purchase decision, you and your family. But as also pointed out by one of our listeners who texted in, it's also a tax that goes and gets others. The tax pretty much gets everybody, as Debbie pointed out on the Facebook response, it's a good tax to capture everyone, whereas property tax, not everyone owns property. Income tax, not everyone works. Just take a look at your average 20-something. They are gainfully not employed at doing anything. They might take a barista gig for a couple weeks, but for the most part, anybody under 30 is not joined the workforce yet. So an income tax swings and misses there. Sales tax, sooner or later, as I point out, your average 8-year-old has to go buy a Pokemon card, and your average 60-year-old bum sleeping in the streets eventually is going to go buy some Boone's Farm, a pint of Boone's Farm. Is that a real thing? Kimmy doesn't know. She doesn't drink. Boone's Farm wine. Yeah, that's the rot gut wine I'm trying to think of. Normally when I mention a company, I say, hey, that's proactive advertising. You now owe us whatever dollars. Boone's Farm's happily to pay to shut me up. Stop talking about our wine. Look, Boone's Farm is not exactly your high-level Willamette Valley Cabernet. Does Boone's Farm still exist? Yes. Yeah, go grab yourself some blue. I'll get a bottle of that blue Hawaiian Boone's Farm. Like, this is wine that costs $4.49 a bottle. Now, I'm not one of them wine snobs that say wine has to cost $449 a bottle to be good. But you can get yourself some Snow Creek Berry right now for $4.49. And 6% of that will be taxed and head to Cheyenne to help run the government. If this new idea goes through, I like it. Sooner or later, everybody has to spend money. And as one of our listeners chimes in on the text line, this tax also manages to rope in, to lasso in. This tax casts a large net. It also manages to get purchases of visitors, tourists who definitely impact the state in a mostly negative way. Some positive when they bust out their platinum card. Oh, goody. But for the most part, these tourists in their slow driving RVs, they should be taxed for how slow they drive. For every mile an hour under the speed limit you drive, that should be 50%. I don't know. But a sales tax would pull in revenue from even those beyond who live here. Everybody would help out with the sales tax. That does seem like the fairest way to fund government. More and more, I'm liking that. A lot more than property tax. And a lot more than the tax that starts with an I that we shall not mention. Wrapping up that story regarding the House passing the bill that strips out the provision that would allow for eight Republican senators in D.C. to sue the government, essentially sue themselves if you say that politicians work for the government. $500,000 for each time the FBI harvested their phone record. I'm assuming, like, if the FBI, in looking into who you were calling and took calls from the state cap, I'm going to assume there's probably, I don't know, 8, 10, 20 incidents. This could start to add up. The government doesn't even have this kind of money. And we're going to allow just a special provision for 8 Republicans. And anytime you asked a senator, what makes you think this is right, that you can get away with this? They said, spying's wrong, yo. That was all they would say. They didn't say the fact that the way you went about this provision was wrong. It doesn't belong in the CR. It was just shoved in there without anyone's knowledge in the House. Let's say your friends in the House, they didn't even know about it. They're like, what is this? When they got the CR back, when they saw that. So it was wrong how you went about it. It was really read the room, tone deaf, bad optics to trigger in a mechanism to pay politicians more. There's already a perception that all you electeds are on the graft. All you electeds are getting money from, well, there's already that bad notion. So to say we're going to pay ourselves $500,000 a shot for every time the FBI spied on us. And then there's the fact that this is target lawmaking to the nth degree. When you target a law that covers everybody in the United States, this is a fair law. Here's a provision that anyone could take advantage of. Or here's a law that concerns just 8 people. That sounds like big government. Everything about this stinks. And the senators sitting in that stink just denied there was a smell. Huh? Well, the House saw through it. The House just voted the other night, last night, Thursday night, I think, unanimously, which never happens in government. In other words, error won. 426 to nothing. No, this was not the final score of University of Wyoming against Nevada tomorrow, although that would be hopeful. 426 to zip. The House voted to repeal that provision, which the Senate added at the last minute. They said as soon as they saw it, what is this nonsense? And they voted last night to take it out. Now the thing pinballs back to the Senate. Unclear what they're going to do with it. This Wyoming hunter found an airplane. He was looking for a mule deer and found an airplane. Funny how that happens. Usually when you're out there stalking mule deer and you got a mule deer tag, you see nothing but elk. Dang. Or the other way around. Rarely are you out there hunting mule deer and do you find an airplane crashed on the ground. This Wyoming hunter found aircraft parts Wednesday. He was up on Laramie Peak. And he said, this can't be good. In fact, I think that was the exact quote from this guy. This can't be good. No, you wouldn't think so. Chris Holden has he was hunting elk. Sorry, not mule deer. He has a bull elk tag for Hunt Area 7. He didn't get any elk, but he did find an airplane. And that was his exact quote. Whoa, that's not good. He was about a mile in on the start of his hike, stalking the elusive Wapiti, when he encountered an area. He says, I've hiked in there a dozen times. And he said, I saw what looked like aircraft parts. And I said, whoa, that's not good. He reported it to authorities, as Mark Hines says in his coverage of the story. Authorities originally said, well, it looks like the engine cowling of some plane, perhaps a Cessna, but we'll look into it, said authorities. Now we get confirmation since that story came out yesterday. Converse County Sheriff's Office did confirm it is an engine cowling that ripped off a plane, and they know the exact plane and the exact flight. They said it happened on December 18th, 2019, 6 years ago almost. An in-flight mishap. They said, we've identified the plane and the incident through the aviation network. They did some online research. They found a Cessna 525A citation that reported a flight problem as it was traveling to Casper from Scottsbluff, Arizona. The plane landed safely, but when they landed, they discovered some of the plane was missing. The lower right engine cowling had come off. The parts found by the hunter were an exact match. That's what I don't know if that's headed back to the Cessna or whether it's any good. We asked a pilot expert, our buddy from Alpine, and he said, yeah, it can happen. It's pretty rare. He said planes can still fly with that coming off. He said they will come off. That's the part you see, the hood you see whenever they work on the engine of a plane, and you hope to whatever God you pray to that you never see that happening on your flight while you're sitting on the tarmac. Hey, look, they got the engine open. I mean, that is, whoa, that's not a good sign. But that's the part that of the plane that opens, you know, they prop that back. It's like the hood of your car. And that can open mid-flight and rip right the heck off. Very rare, said our pilot friend, but it can happen. And that's what happened here. We now know the rest of the story. As Paul Harvey used to say. Let's take a break. We'll get back here, see if Andrew Rossi has a sense of the corral or Zoom room. We're 0 for 3 now, or we're 1 for 3. Don Day did show up. Let's see.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Comments on the Facebook. Why did my mic? That's weird. Comments on our Facebook. Rob continues to want to be the show's producer and engineer. But Rob suggests we use Chris Ledoux music as our play-in music for guests. Rob, and you want to be my latex salesman. This is why you cannot be our producer. We're not allowed to play music, any recorded music of artists. It would be a violation, copyright violation. Who's in the corral now? Oh, Rossi. Well, look. Just about going to go 1 for 4, and Rossi shows up in the nick of time. Let's go to the corral. I don't know. Corral? Andrew, what do you think of calling the Zoom room, which you're in now? Don't look, but you're soaking in it. You don't remember that Palmolive commercial, do you?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And I'm the Andrew of the corral, not the Nick in the corral. I don't know any Nicks who come on your show.
No. You mean the nick of time that I said?
The nick of time, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to call, I mean, I'll take the title if that's what it is. But I mean, it's if I'm gonna appear on your show, Jake, we should at least get my name right.
Andrew Rossi in the corral in the nick of time. I'm thinking about renaming the Zoom room the corral, because why should Zoom get sponsorship? It's like, giving a stadium sponsorship for a sports, why should I give Zoom? They haven't paid for it.
That makes sense to me.
Right. So for now, the corral, until somebody wants to buy the naming rights of where Andrew Rossi's sitting in right now, sometimes known as Nick, as in the nick of time. He just got here to join us on a Friday. Let's talk about the weather change coming up. I did talk to Don Day, and we've been living a blessed life for the first couple weeks of November, but the payment coming due next week.
Yep, that's the way it's looking. We've got a bunch of cold air masses that are forming, and they're developing, and they're going to reach us throughout the Thanksgiving Day weekend. I mean, obviously, we focused on the weather that's going to be incoming before the holiday because that's actually closer. We have a better idea on what that's going to be doing. But there's actually a larger storm system that's forming that should reach us the weekend after Thanksgiving. So we're talking the 29th and 30th of November. So these things are definitely on the horizon. There's not really any way that they're going to miss us as far as we know. And as the system that's coming in before the holiday, it's going to make things colder. That's definite. We know that for sure. Whether or not it's going to bring snow, that's still up in the air, but it probably will bring some form of precipitation. And it'll be cold enough that when that precipitation falls, it's going to freeze over on roads and runways and makes everything nice and slick. And one of the things that Don and I talked about is that people haven't been accustomed to driving like this since it was last like this. We haven't had any really bad weather days up to this point. So a lot of people might get caught off guard by just how sudden this turn is.
True. That's a good reminder whenever the weather turns. Also, when we start turning on our space heaters or furnace or chimneys, whatever you use to make heat, you're going to start probably using it next week. And that always starts fires if you're not vigilant about where the space heater is. Don't put it behind the curtain. Come on. Make sure you get your chimney checked, all that kind of stuff as we get into cold temps. So that's bad news, Andrew. I don't want to kill the messenger, but I want to hurt you real bad.
Well, you're in a different group because I've gotten so many emails from people who are upset that it's not colder and snowier yet. And it's like, I've had people question Don's long-range forecast, but he's sticking with it. He anticipated that there would be a shift as we got into November, and he admitted that that shift has happened later than he anticipated, but seems like he's going to be vindicated as we get into Thanksgiving.
I saw this article, and I was thinking for a moment that we caught the petroglyph vandalizers in that Du Bois area that we knew about. There's incidents up there, but these are Utah women, and there are a lot of petroglyphs, rock etchings in Utah. I've seen some great ones. A couple of women got caught messing around with petroglyphs, and they're in trouble, and everybody likes that pretty much. Good. You shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah. Now, a lot of Wyoming archaeologists are hoping that that'll set a stronger precedent for when people are caught for vandalizing petroglyph panels in the future. It's difficult to catch people in the act, and it's even harder to catch them after the fact. But a lot of people saw this particular woman. She was defacing a very famous panel of petroglyphs right on the Utah-Arizona border. And so she was charged with felonies, and she was fined nearly $15,000 and got 12 months probation, where she's banned from all BLM lands. And she has to write an apology to the tribal nations that have a history associated with those panels. So that's a good precedent to set. I did reach out to Wyoming Game and Fish's office in Lander to ask if there were any updates on the Du Bois investigation, but unfortunately they hadn't gotten back to me, so I couldn't include that information. So as far as we know, that's ongoing.
I think we need to find one more petroglyph site or get rid of one more in Wyoming. There is a total of known petroglyph sites in Wyoming, 666. I don't like that number. Can we find one more?
Nothing. It's taken as a good sign. We got 666 sites, and they're protecting Wyoming in their own way. And I'm sure I know of at least one more that might not be documented, so we'll see if we can get that one on there. Then we can assuage your fears.
That's all I'm saying. One other story, the Auroras. So we haven't had you on since that Tuesday night, I think it was, where they were going crazy. And Northern Lights, fantastic. Your explanation, I did want to know what causes the colors, because we often see the green, right? What is the most prevailing color? Green, and then rarely reds or purple. What is the popularity of colors, and what do they signify? It was very interesting.
So yeah, the most common aurora colors are yellow and green, or that kind of blend of yellow-green, because that's where the coronal mass ejections, or the CMEs, that's where their energy primarily hits the atmosphere in that zone. And I apologize, the exact numbers are escaping me, but that's kind of like the central zone where they tend to interact and excite the oxygen molecules and atoms that are in that zone. And when they excite those atoms, that's the energy, that's the color of the energy that they give off, is that yellowish green. So that's the most common color. The lower you get, that's when you get into your purples and your blues, which from everything I saw, blue is one of the rarest colors you can see, because that's very low in the atmosphere. But then as you get higher up, that's when you get those really deep, dark reds. Then that's also extremely rare. So when you see more than just green and yellow and purples in the aurora, that's a sign of the intensity of the storm. So the storm that we got on November 11th was incredibly intense, and that manifested as those spectacular deep reds that we saw stretched out across Wyoming. And that's as sure a sign as any of just how intense that event got when it reached us. A really spectacular thing to see. And a lot of Wyoming photographers I talked to said that's the best they'd ever seen in Wyoming.
Many of us know it as just pretty colors in the night sky. Andrew said it's a case of excited ionic oxygen, and then I felt a migraine coming on and I had to stop reading. But yeah, it's the science behind the pretty colors of the auroras. Did you saw them? Did you? I looked and didn't see, and then they say, well, take a photo anyway, because your camera will see. And it did work for me doing that.
Yeah, you want to get a long exposure in order to get good shots of the northern lights, just because there's so much light to take in. So I did not see the November 11th show because I was partying in Laramie, and then I was too tired to actually step outside after that. But I know from experience, if you step outside, a lot of times if it's a really strong one, you can see it with the naked eye, but they're just going to look like, almost like the Milky Way. It's just streaks of white in the sky. But if you take out your camera, which you have done, you can do this. Take out your camera, set it to the longest, or your phone rather, set it to the longest exposure and just hold it in the same spot for as long as it'll go. Then you'll see more of those colors. And obviously, if you have a professional camera, it'll be that much easier to set a long exposure time and let all that color pop.
Yeah, it's true. That worked for me. Our buddy Dave Bell in Pinedale says also when you walk outside, Don't just do the Griswold, walk outside, nah, I don't see it. And to go back, like you got to let your eyes adjust, and that will help for you to see it with the naked eye.
Yeah, and the really committed people will stay out for hours because auroras, it's not just like they appear and they're static. They change throughout the night. And actually, on November 11th, we had 2 CMEs hitting at different times, and then they increased their own intensity when they collided with each other because that's what they do. So there was an entire night as the sky shifted and everything changed and the auroras and their pattern changed. Really spectacular stuff. So it benefits you to be patient and give yourself time to see these things. We don't know when we're going to see another one, if we'll see another one as intense as this, but that's half the fun of it. It's just the unexpected nature of it.
Yeah, now in this day and age, we get heads up as to when and where they're coming. But yeah, it is fun to I remember feeding horses one night years ago, and I just looked up. I'm like, OMG, is anyone else seeing this? Like, it was surprising.
That must have been while you were in the corral.
Yes, back when I was Nick in the corral. Andrew Rossi joins us in the corral. Thanks, Andrew.
Have a good weekend.
Yes, you too. Have a great weekend. We got to bust out of the corral now and get into news. Top of the hour news for our radio affiliates now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. While his funeral was happening over 1,700 miles from his hometown of Casper, Wyoming, there was a palpable Wyoming feel to Dick Cheney's funeral service Thursday in Washington, D.C. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that former President George W. Bush remembered him as a, quote, true man of the West.
There was one where Bush was talking about how one day at kindergarten, his grandson asked if he could take him to school for show and tell. And he went. He wasn't too busy for it. He went, and Bush said that the teacher then remarked that, that was the best show and tell since some other little girl brought her cow to school.
Dick Cheney had 4 decades of public service that included being the youngest White House chief of staff, a congressman from Wyoming, Pentagon chief, and the 46th vice president of the United States. The town of Laramie is all abuzz as it prepares for Josh Allen's return for the retirement of his Wyoming Cowboys football jersey on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson reports things will start getting busy in downtown Laramie on Friday and carry through late Saturday night.
There's a lot going on. So on Friday night, the marching band comes downtown and plays at various bars downtown, and then the game is at noon on Saturday, so tailgating will start in the morning, probably as early as 9. Saturday morning, Josh Allen will meet with the team ahead of their game, and then at halftime, the whole reason he's here is because his number 17 jersey from when he was a player at the university will be retired during halftime, during a ceremony at halftime. He was already inducted into the University of Wyoming Hall of Fame, the Athletic Hall of Fame, earlier this year. So this is kind of the conclusion to that. He's the first player ever to have his jersey retired.
The University of Wyoming spent $2 million to run a 30-second ad during the Super Bowl featuring newly minted NFL MVP and UW alum Josh Allen. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers advanced 5 property tax reform plans Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one of the measures, if passed by the legislature and the people of Wyoming, it would change the state constitution and eliminate residential property tax altogether.
The Wyoming County Commissioners Association, they heard from a person representing 99 municipalities, cities and towns, Wyoming, and they heard from others just saying, hey, this shifts the taxing power into states' hands, blanching our local communities, taking away their taxing power, taking away their autonomy. The proponents were saying, yeah, but some people, their property taxes have doubled. Some people they're suffering out there.
If property taxes were eliminated, a bill that would trigger into place after passage of that constitutional amendment would increase Wyoming's base sales tax of 4% to 6%. Many counties have added optional local taxes and tax their consumers at 5 or 6% already, or in the case of Teton County, at 7%. After an unseasonably warm November, Wyoming meteorologists agree that an incoming winter weather system will reach Wyoming by Thanksgiving. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that temperatures will drop, snow could cover the entire state, and travelers should plan for nationwide travel impacts.
There's a significant mass of cold air that's going to be reaching Wyoming early next week, and it's going to persist. So this isn't going to be a one-and-done sort of thing. It's going to lead to daytime temperatures that are going to be in the low 30s to high 20s, and overnight temperatures in the teens. Now, there may be snow, there may not be snow. It's too early to say yet, but there's a good sign that there will be precipitation. And even if there is snow and that snow doesn't accumulate, it could still melt. So if you're planning on driving or flying Thanksgiving morning, there could be black ice on the roads and the runways, which are going to hamper any travel plans that you might have.
Many meteorologists have anticipated this change earlier in November, but most of the winter weather up to this point has shifted eastward, keeping Wyoming warm. However, there's no denying winter is coming. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
And we're going to start the next hour off in fine fashion. Cowboy State Daily welcoming Bill Sniffen to the room, the corral. Bill, how's Thursday going? Or Friday, yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, Jake. It's the corral was a little lonely this morning. What's everybody doing? Boycotting?
Thank goodness you're there. We swing and miss at Susie Bell. She was going to talk about her new book. Bill Schilling, the guy who helped get us the Hathaway Scholarship. So cool. Do you know? But you must know Bill.
You know, Bill and I go back a long ways. In fact, we each refer to the other as the other BS. And he and I really do go back a long ways. I have great admiration for him. I was hoping he would have been on so I could have poured it on about how I mean, he's done so much more than the Hathaway Scholarship and Leadership Wyoming and the Wyoming Business Council. This guy is a giant of our times. And then the doggone guy, he retires, goes to Hawaii, finds a woman to love, the love of his life, lives in Princeville. I don't know if you've been to Kauai and in Princeville. It is truly the most beautiful place on earth outside of Wyoming. And anyway, so kudos to Bill, and I hope we do get him on. He's got an awful lot to say about Wyoming, and he's very articulate. He actually could be a great source to have him on more than once. I would pitch him on that, Jake. But, no idea. Could be modern technological issues. He's also about 800 time zones away. I don't know what the hell time it is there, but he might wanted to, put his toes in the sand this morning and get this time turned around.
Understandable. Bill's living his best life in Hawaii, so he might not have had time for us today, but it's probably just some oversight. We'll get him. Because you're right, he is a lot more than just the Hathaway, but just the Hathaway is a huge deal for anybody who's taking advantage of that to make their way through college. That was big. But yeah, Chamber of Commerce at Cody's done a ton of stuff. Bill,
he really.
the other BS, he's just resting on his laurels. He is selling a coffee book that you might want to be interested in as we move into the holidays.
Any poor devil that's happened to watch this on video, I'm unabashedly promoting my coffee table books over my shoulder. But one of the columns I'm actually working on right now, and I would invite people to contribute, is I write a column every year around Thanksgiving about Wyoming themed gifts. And so people could send me their nominations to Bill at cowboystatedaily.com. And then I'll put that in my column, which of course then goes out in Cowboy State Daily. And it suggests if you're looking for a Wyoming themed gift, there's all kinds of wonderful things. And there's just a plethora. I noticed that Andrew used the word assuage on you a few minutes ago, so I'm going to say plethora. I'm going to try to, we can't let these whippersnappers out vocabulary us,
Yeah. And I'm outclassed by our corral today. I don't even belong in the same room as you guys dropping the big $10 words. Wow. But, Bill, that buy Wyoming, give Wyoming as we get into the giving season, that's never been more relevant in this click shopping age we're in. Not that you can't click shop something from Wyoming, but everything's the same from Amazon. This same box, the same thing you could buy no matter where you live. Something uniquely Wyoming is I think, a more impactful gift. Think about that. Yeah.
Well, what I've always said is there's 2 or 3 great reasons to go downtown in your town and buy and shop. And one is, of course, great products. But secondly is you're helping the local economy. These people have made an investment. If you don't help them, they're going to go away.
Yeah.
But also you get to see your friends. There's people out there shopping and it becomes a real social thing. And so I always encourage people to go shopping. And I had a friend that he says he believes in shopping local, and I'll tell you how old this saying is. He says he would always pay 10% over Sears Roebuck. 2/3 of the listeners out there have no idea what that even means. But so if it's 10% over Amazon, pay for it and be happy to pay for it. And But Jake, I've been listening in a little bit to you, and gosh, there's so much to talk about. I'd like to talk about Josh Allen, and I'd like to talk about the property tax idea. But
I was going to bring those two things up. Yes,
you really were spot on about the game last night. My gosh, he has no receivers ever since they let Stephon Diggs get away. They don't have anybody. He used to throw the ball a mile downfield. There's nobody to throw it to there. No. If they do, they're not going to catch it, or it's going to get intercepted, or it's going to get tipped. So I don't. I feel for Josh, and it's too bad he can't ride into Laramie on a victory horse tomorrow or whenever. But my gosh, he does know he's loved here, and what a wonderful experience. I got to see a number of his games in Laramie, and he was just a magician. He could do things that were superhuman, and he's continued to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they said that the last time somebody ran for 3 touchdowns and passed for 3 touchdowns in a game was 1954, which was before you were born.
Yeah. Otto Graham, back when they didn't have face guards, they had leather caps. Yeah.
I mean, I was 8 years old, and I remember that. No, I don't remember.
Yeah. In the modern age, no NFL quarterback has run for 3, passed for 3 in a game, except for Josh, and he's done it twice. So come on, who is Superman? He is, but he can't do everything. There's 10 other guys on the field that aren't getting it done. And some heads got to roll in Buffalo. I don't know if it's the play caller, because what play are you going to call other than number 17? Just do whatever you want. Do something. That's the play call out of the book, because there's no anyone else. Or Brandon Bean, the GM, the guy responsible for assembling a team around Josh, is wasting his peak years, giving him no help. Should he go, or should the coach, who refuses to say this team is crap outside of 17, and maybe Jimbo, the running back? I don't know.
I'll tell you what, it was interesting that I think in the first 3 games this year, Buffalo played lights out. They had no turnovers for 3 games. They just looked fantastic. And then the wheels came off. It was sort of like these guys are smart, and they scouted them and figured out, it's all Josh. If we just smother Josh, they don't have an alternative. And anyway, it's a long season for Buffalo, and Buffalo's our Wyoming folks. We love the Buffalo Bills, and I was always pushing the Buffalo Bills before Josh got there, because it's named after Wyoming's literally most famous person, Buffalo Bill Cody. And there was a time around the turn of the century, and around 1890 to 1910, in that area, when they think Buffalo Bill Cody was the best known person in the world. If you didn't put that in your pipe and smoke it. I mean, they had 20,000 different dime novels about Bill Cody. I mean, not 20,000 copies, 20,000 different ones.
Yeah.
He was absolutely everywhere.
He was a great self-marketer and an influencer in his day, pre-TikTok and Insta. Yeah, everybody knew him. Yeah, that was huge.
So we should be natural supporters of that team, and so we are. But what Jake, I don't know. Talking about taxes is boring, but I totally agree with you on the income tax, property tax. Gosh, I'm at that age. I don't own a whole bunch of property anymore, but I would love it if we could figure out a way to not do it. And what we're really copying is the European flat tax. They call it a consumption tax, but you go to Europe and buy anything of substance, and you pay this 25% tax, and you say, my God, what is this? Well, that's how we provide all the free education and free medical care and all that. And I don't know, but it's coming. But I want to see what they do. I think it sounds like a great idea. Although what that means is that we're just going to continue to have more of the 1% moving to Wyoming, which I'd like to figure out a way to see more of the 1% contribute to our state. I think we've got a lot of very wealthy people that come here and enjoy our benefits, but don't give as much back. Of course, there was just some statewide news about Wayne and Molly Hughes, who, my God, they are giving back so much. And another old friend of mine, and was Foster and Lynn Freese, they gave so much back. So there are a lot of people that do, but unfortunately, there's a bunch that don't, and or if they do, they only do it in Jackson, which. But it's that I'm going to get off my. Yeah,
but maybe if there's a one-time, as if it were a sales tax, a one-time tax on your property, you paid it when you bought the property, one time, one and done. It would gouge millionaire, billionaire, and just of us scratching together what we can for our first home. It would get us all alike. It would also be, the pain would be less, you would think, because for the most part, people buying a home are financing that. So you're paying, interest rates. You're paying a 30-year mortgage. You won't even notice that you're paying that original tax to the state. I don't know. You, I, and everybody I've heard from this morning agrees sales tax seems to be the fairest way. Bump the sales tax, get rid of property tax, and don't even say the word income tax. We've solved it for the lawmakers. Done.
Well, I've spent a few, I'll be honest, Jake, I'll spend some time in the winter in either Dallas, Texas area or Las Vegas area. And both of them have very high sales tax. I know Denver, people go down to Denver and they'll pay 9.5% or something. And say, wowzer, this is interesting, and but yeah, it's so I think it's time, and I'd love to see us try it. And isn't it funny that just north of us, Montana is the state with exactly the opposite philosophy. They have no sales tax.
Yep.
All property tax.
And they have an income tax, yes.
And they have a state income tax. And so it's so interesting to me how literally a whole state can have the same philosophy. But
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, because Montana thinks similar to Wyoming. We're both these Mountain West states that are so similar in our political ideologies, but yet we tax a whole different way. It is odd.
Well, and let me tell you a huge advantage of, and this is something I know a lot about because I've been really active in tourism almost my entire time in Wyoming.
Yeah.
It was a long time, over half a century, but we have 7 million people come here every year, and they all pay that sales tax.
Yeah,
and they don't require any services outside of the roads, which of course that's covered generally by fuel tax. But so you get the lodging tax and the sales tax. They come in and drop their money, and away they go. And you don't have to educate their kids. You don't have to. They're usually law abiding, so you can argue that you don't even have to provide law enforcement.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I don't know.
I like that aspect too. Yes,
it's tremendous. I mean, there are times in the summer that the largest city in Wyoming by far is the group of tourists that are in the state. The maximum usually is at Yellowstone. One time they figured over 100,000 people in one day.
Golly!
By the way, I was there that day.
Yeah, so was I. Circling the parking lot 100 times, like, please, space open up. The biggest
I couldn't
city.
get within a half mile of Grand Prismatic Spring, which is my favorite place. And Norris Geyser Basin, they were parked a quarter of a mile down the road. It was just crazy.
The biggest city in Wyoming is known as July 10th.
Yes,
look it up in the book. We gotta go because we do have a guest. Oh wow! As soon as we complained about it, the guests are pouring in.
Well, I hope they do, and I appreciate you not playing Another One Bites the Dust as my theme song. I'm very superstitious.
Never, Bill, never. The guy known as the other BS, Bill Sniffen, joining us on the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick break. We'll get right back here with the teacher who, he's got your back for life. You're going to love this guy. Right
We're
after
always
this.
trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. That means school's out in a little bit, and we got the weekend. We're going to talk to my new favorite teacher. I'm married to a teacher, so we got each other for life, but that's the rarity. Normally, once you take a test and move up a grade, it's one and done with the teacher, but not this one. Eric Crock, special kind of a teacher. He's got you for life. I'll do the L. You do the 4, babe. Yeah, there you go. There's the visual. From Pizza Hut to WrestleMania, we're going to cover a lot of ground here in the next 12 minutes with Mr. Crock. Did you have your kids call you Mr. Eric or Mr. Crock? What did they call you?
They called me Mr. Crock, and that was just something that I never asked for that. It's just the way that it turned out.
Yeah. So I want to refer to the story if some folks want the background. Get up to speed real quick. David Madison wrote the story when Cheyenne teacher told students he'd have their backs for life. He meant it. 4L, man. And you've got students that you've taught many moons ago, and you can say how many moons, but you do follow these kids. Now that's pretty intentional. The reason this philosophy come into being, that you would be a teacher there for them beyond the classroom and beyond, that school year. I think you mention it in what you experience as a student. You don't necessarily remembered what you learned, geometry or whatever it was, or the history lesson, but you remember the teachers, especially those who were passionate about this subject and cared about their kids, and it was obvious. That's all we want of a teacher, right? The essence.
When you said that you don't really remember all the things that they taught, but I wanted to be in these kids' lives. I told them that I would be there for them, not just for the school year, because so many of the things that we do, they just, they remember it for the test, and after the test is over, it's forgotten. And I thought that what we were doing in class was more important than that, because we weren't just learning history. I was trying to teach them about being good people and looking out for each other. And maybe the most important thing for me was that we're probably going to disagree on a lot of things, just like everyone does, but that doesn't mean that we can't discuss it intelligently, rationally, decent human beings, and still have respect for each other. And that respect was something that was sort of where the For Life thing started, was because I said, we're going to do these things in the class that are more important than just learning about the Battle of Gettysburg or, whatever. But I don't want you to forget it as soon as you've taken the test.
That's the great trick of a teacher. Now, not all educators are that way. They're trying to teach up the kids to a test, make sure you can move on. But yeah, special teachers like Eric Crock, they realize you really take such an interest in your kids that you know what? I'm interested in what they're going to go on to do. I heard you say early on in my career, I realized my students were going on to great things. Really? Like you saw some kid, the kids, these little eyes staring at you with their desks, and you're like, some of these kids, all of these kids, they're going to go on to do stuff. And I want to know what that stuff is. I want to stay in touch. Did you really see that in every student?
Sure tried to. One of the things that I realized early on was there's going to be kids that wanted to push buttons. They wanted to cause disruptions, and in order to make the whole class work, you had to make a connection with those kids, and that was pretty easy. I said early on that you want to find the kid that you have the tendency to like the least, and find a way to really, really like that kid. And if you can make that kid your ally, then the rest of it comes pretty easy. And when I was teaching, this sounds like there was something more to it, but at the time, it was just me doing what I felt was right.
Yeah. Yeah. You should be mentoring the next batch of teachers. You should be teaching the Senate how to behave and get along. And you should be teaching them down at the Pizza Hut how to spread out the buffet in a more palatable manner. Tell me about how you got into teaching the whole Pizza Hut thing.
So, University of Colorado graduate, and when I graduated, the job that offered me the most money was as an assistant manager at Pizza Hut, and that's what I took. And there was a lesson that was needed to be learned there. It is not necessarily that you need to make a lot of money. You need to be happy in what you're doing. And I wasn't happy at Pizza Hut. I was, as an assistant manager, I was teaching young people how to make pizzas and wait tables, and that was fun. But then I got promoted to manager, and I was doing quality service, cleanliness inspections, and ordering and local store marketing, and that was not as fun for me. It was a bad mix. And I did some soul searching and figured out that the time I was happiest was when I was teaching young people how to make pizzas and wait tables. And the key word there was teaching. I went back to school. I got my teaching credentials from Colorado State University. And when that happened, I was in an incredible program called Project Promise that actually gave you some credit for your life experiences. I started teaching older than most people. And so 2 semesters and a summer, I had teaching credentials, and we moved to Wyoming, and I did end up having to substitute teach for 2 years before I got a full-time job offer. But the very first day that I walked into McCormick Junior High I knew that was the place I wanted to spend my career.
We're talking to Eric Crock, these different special kind of teacher in Cheyenne, featured on the David Madison story in the Cowboy State Daily. Mr. Crock teaches kids, not just how to pass tests, not just how to even go on to a career, although your kids have gone on to become doctors, lawyers, educators, artists, entertainers, business owners, whatever it is. It's more important that you just put out a well-rounded person that has a thirst for learning, a lifelong thirst to learn. I love the philosophy. When did you start to identify that I'm going to do this 4-lifers thing? I got you for life. I'm going to do 4L. Where did it come from? I was surprised to see, but when did that start in your teaching career? First year, third year? When did you get into that?
I wanted to be involved with them forever, but I didn't do the for life thing probably 4 or 5 years in. And I had totally forgotten this until the Dave Madison story came out. One of my students reminded him that it was part of World Wrestling Federation, the New World Order. They used to come out, and I don't even remember the names of the people that did it, but they were part of an organization. They called themselves For Life, and I didn't remember that at all until I read about it just the other day. I actually thought I'd come up with it, but evidently not. So I actually had some students early on that would ask me about it that I had taught before we started doing the For Life thing, and they were like, "What is that? Why?" And I said, "Well, you were always a For Lifer. We didn't come up with the idea of speaking it until after you had gone out of the classroom." So there were kids that wanted to be a part of that, and I see them all the time. When we're in Cheyenne, when we're in town, I've even seen people, other states and even other countries, students that will come up to me, and I'll be in an airport someplace, and somebody's flashing me the For Life sign, and it's like, "Oh yeah, I remember that kid."
Wow, that is so cool. So who initiates most of the get-together? If it's been 10 years, 15 years, whatever it's been, there are chance encounters at the supermarket. That's got to be crazy. But does anybody ever just all of a sudden, I got this text, an email, or do you reach out, or how does it happen?
Probably 50-50. The kids change so much from the time they're 14 till they're adults that I can't recognize their faces.
Yeah.
But if I can get their first and last name, I generally remember what kind of a kid they were and what kind of a student they were. Maiden names and married names drive me crazy because I'll see a maiden name or a married name and I'm like, oh, that kid, I know that kid, but I can't quite place the name that I had. And you mentioned seeing people in the supermarkets. That can kind of backfire on you. Things like you'll be in Sam's buying toilet paper and the kid checking out the at the register looks at it, so, geez, Mr. Crock, that's an awful lot of toilet paper. Or they extra large underwear, Mr. Crock, that's the sort of thing. So you have to kind of laugh and think about that. But it's overall, it's always positive. It's always good. I like seeing the kids and I like hearing about their stories. People that have become very successful, I've stayed in touch with them, but I've also had kids that were somewhat embarrassed about whatever their choices have been made. And if I run into them in a restaurant, they're waiting tables and they say, oh, don't tell anybody. I have two questions that I always ask. And it's like, number one, do they pay you? Number two, is it legal? And if the answer to both of those questions is yes, then it's an honorable job. And I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I love that. So what are you doing now, Mr. Crock? You're not still teaching. What are you doing these days?
2020, that was the COVID year, and I taught distance learning for about, I don't remember, 12, 18 weeks. And I had thought about retiring that year, but I hadn't totally made the decision until after I was trying to teach kids like we're doing this. And that just wasn't for me. I wanted the face-to-face contact. So COVID made the decision for me to retire in 2020. Fairly active. I did retire in June of 2020. Unfortunately, in July of 2020, I tore my Achilles tendon playing pickleball, and that's about an 18-month recovery. So we try to stay active. I scuba dive. I take pictures. I travel. Right now, not now, but in the summer, they let me mow the grass out at the golf course, and then they let me golf. So that works. Just trying to stay busy and trying to keep my mind working.
Yeah, I love what you say about the whole distance learning, virtual learning that COVID just forced upon us, that you still see that model attempted to be used. It's difficult. It's tough for some of the younger kids to learn that way. They just don't have that kind of hygiene to concentrate and focus. When they see a computer screen, that's fun time, and it's tough for teachers to get through the wires, or the wireless. That's no way to teach. But I love what you did, Mr. Crock. You're on the right idea. All teachers should be like this. What does a successful student look like to you? You've had people have gone on and say, hey, I'm an architect. I designed this world famous building. I'm a successful comedian. I'm whatever. Or you could still be trying to find your way, waiting tables and figuring out your next step. What is success to you? What would cause you to say, hey, man, you're still my for life, or you're doing fine?
Every kid, if they bought into that program when I was teaching, and about 90% of the kids did, maybe even a little bit more, they liked the idea of saying, hey, somebody's going to have my back. They're going to have my back whether I'm playing outfield for the New York Mets, which is somebody that I taught, whether they're at Liberty University becoming the next Supreme Court justice, which is somebody I taught, whether they're at Brigham and Women's University teaching and learning about AI so that physicians can, like, for instance, there was a student that was working on a project that if on really long space voyages, they just expect that the astronauts will probably get sick and maybe even need medical attention. So I have a student that's working on the medical field in space. But like you said, it doesn't matter if they're waiting tables or cutting grass like I do now. It's all if they've got a plan and want to work it, that's good.
That is so cool. And one other thing I just thought of, I wasn't going to ask about, but the importance of having a teacher who's there after hours, after school, and after graduation. Even these kids presumably have parents, and parents are great. Parents should hopefully do more involvement in their kids' education. But there's kids who, they feel they just can't talk to mom or dad about this, or they can't share that. They need someone who's really on the inside, but on the outside. Like, let me bounce this off, Mr. Crock. What do you think about this? Or you love to share. The first person you think to share with is mom, dad, and Mr. Crock. It's cool to have someone like that in your life, an adult.
Yeah, and I always told the kids, and I think of them as my kids, I always told them, you're going to be your parents' children. I'm not taking anything away from that. But you're going to be my student. And I didn't say student. I said, you're going to be my kids for life. And that was kind of where I remember that coming from. And I didn't ever want to take away anything from the parents, but I did want parents to be involved. And if you could come up with something that the kids would come home and talk to the parents about. I mean, I would spend a class period every year trying to teach kids how to shake hands, because I just didn't think that was there was no place else that was done. And I never have a kid come up to me and say, now, boy, I sure remember that lesson about the Spanish Armada. What I hear him come up and say, I remember the day that we shook hands and you told us how to shake hands and where that came from. Or I remember the day that somebody cut you off in traffic and you showed us how to turn into a 4-lane intersection. So those are the things that the kids remembered, and that's why I kind of feel like maybe if they remember those things, then they turn into lifelong learners, as you mentioned earlier, and that's what gives me satisfaction.
Cheyenne Central, right? Is that where you were?
I was at McCormick. My kids fed into Central.
Okay, got it.
I was a junior high teacher, 8th grade most of the time.
So cool. That's Eric Crock joining us, a special kind of teacher in the Cheyenne area. When the kids in the Cheyenne area are flashing the 4L, don't worry, that's not a gang sign. Actually, it is a gang sign. They belong to a special gang. They've got, Eric Crock's got them for life. Thank you, Eric, for coming on. Appreciate it. We're going to roll along. We got more guests coming up. We're going to talk about the number 17 coming to Laradice. You better believe it. He's going to be here today. Tomorrow, big football game. We'll do that next, right after these.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit. And now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday, and we welcome in new guest into what we're going to call the corral, if I can remember. It's not the Zoom room. Chad Baldwin, Mindy Peeps are with us. Mindy's on your left if you're looking at the video. Chad's on the right, rocking the 17, which is not going to be allowed after tomorrow. Not Evan Swoboda, not Chad Baldwin, and not even Josh Allen. We're going to retire this thing into the rafters. Actually, what are they going to do? Is there any place at the war in Laradice where there's going to be a 17 encased, the jersey encased under glass or anything? Do you know, Chad, Mindy?
They're being pretty tight-lipped about this. Kind of make it a secret.
Okay,
it'll be prominent. And I'll tell you, the band has a pretty cool thing planned at halftime. It'll be right before the presentation, so it'll be pretty cool. But we're keeping the details kind of under wraps a little bit.
Okay, good. No spoiler alerts. I'd rather be surprised. Mindy is the Associate Director of Digital and Content Strategy at UW. Chad's Institutional Communications at UW. All to say that they've helped UW along the way with this partnership with the Buffalo Bills. I'm from Rochester, like right down the road. So I'm Western New York. Yeah. And I'm like, man, this thing is so, I love it. I wish I would have thought of it, but you guys thought of it. And it's all really due to Josh Allen, the most notable athlete to come out of UW for sure. And when you become an MVP, as we found, MVPs are not found, they're forged. I love that line. Who thought of that line?
I think it was a team effort. I mean, we talked like, what was that, like 8 months ago, Jake?
Yeah.
And, the script rewriting has kind of evolved a little bit just because we wanted to make sure that, the Bills and everybody in Buffalo's, they developed him. He's been there for 8 years, and that's been, where he's truly made his mark. But, giving him a chance and using all of our brand language and really digging deep on every single word that we've ever used. I mean, I think that's where we landed. So.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, Chad, Mindy, take us into the room, into those original discussions when you said, look, we've got this UW grad who no one took a chance on. I mean, look at the story. Hollywood couldn't have written a story. Nobody took a chance on him as far as come play football for us. Had great success, goes on to the NFL. He's not just a player. And UW's put out some players. Look at the 55 now on the Dallas Cowboy. He does not look right wearing it. But I mean, a success story that just wrote itself. And at UW, the university says, we need to take advantage of this. We need to capture this magic in a bottle. One of the original thoughts were, what can we do to hitch our wagon to Josh Allen and Buffalo Bill?
So Jake, the discussions really began. I've been thinking about this for years.
Yeah.
But then, when it looked like the Vegas odds were saying, looking like he's going to be the MVP, we thought we got to do something about this. And then, quite honestly, this, I was watching, he's got this Gatorade commercial among his many commercials where it's the Dear Coach commercial that kind of tells his story. And UW is on there for like half a second, him in his UW jersey. And I just thought to myself, we're a big part of his story, and we deserve more than 0.5 of a second. And honestly, when the Josh Allen movie is made, and it will be made someday.
We're going to make it.
Yeah. My fear, honestly, is that the screenwriters may be tempted to sort of portray UW as a backwater sort of podunk place that he sort of maybe like one more obstacle he had to overcome on his way to greatness. and the truth is, we were the springboard for him. It's like he's gotten really good because of his hard work in Buffalo, but his story doesn't happen without us. And we gave him an opportunity. Nobody else would. And he made us a really good program, brought us, I mean, you can credit a lot of our big crowds and things happening even today to his era. So it was a little bit of sort of brand protection as well. Like, now let's tell our part of the story. Let's not let others tell that part of the story.
Yeah. I mean, Fireball might have birthed him, but University of Wyoming forged Josh Allen. It's not just, football. The same way you forge all the students that come out of Laramie. The message is the same. If you're an MVP NFL quarterback, or if you're going to go on into the sciences, whatever you're going to do out of University of Wyoming, yeah, you seized on that. And it's a great marketing opportunity. So what has happened since the Super Bowl ad, 30-second Super Bowl ad, that it costs a little bit of money. I see the video. I wanted to play the video, Mindy, but it's all, there's just music, which I am assuming is Western Thunder.
I don't think it's an actual recording of Western Thunder, but it was meant to actually portray it. But yeah, we can throw the link out for your listeners, and
for them on radio, they're not gonna get what is happening in the video, so I'm wondering about that, but I'll play it in a bit. But it's really cool. It's edited. It's so exciting. It's fast editing, high energy. So this is now the continuation of this, I don't even know what we call it, collaboration, partnership, this relationship with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. It continues beyond that Super Bowl ad, which was great.
Yeah. So we're calling it our Buffalo Bills Week activation because that's truly what it was. And I would say about late April, we were sitting around and we're like, okay, football's over. What do we do next? And I just kind of thought, I was like, well, what if we just emailed the Bills to just see what a sponsorship would look like? And I was just expecting like, okay, this is way out of our range. But, I've been through a lot of different activations and a lot of different big, media buys, and it was extremely affordable in that regard. And so we jumped on it and everybody started getting behind it. The Alumni Association immediately started inviting alumni to Buffalo, which they were a huge, huge part of last week when we were there. I mean, you saw brown and gold everywhere you went in Buffalo. And we did a lot of different things. So the actual sponsorship itself at the Tampa Bay game on November 16th was kind of like the grand finale of the week. But before that, we were doing a full community day. I mean, I probably stretched our team a little too thin. We went to so many places, but if you're from Rochester, you probably recognize some of those places.
Yeah. I mean, you went everywhere that's anywhere in Buffalo. You even had Pistol Pete crash a table at the very end of that video. You did it all.
Dream. It was
that was the ultimate thing. And I'll tell you, Jake, I'm glad it went well because we didn't consult risk management before we did. but our Pistol Pete student was awesome. Honestly, without Pistol Pete and the kids from Western Thunder Marching Band, we would have much less of an impact. But we were seen and we were heard in large measure because of those kids.
Totally,
I call those great students. Yeah.
No mascots were harmed in the making of that video, although Mindy and her crew were stretched to the very limit of what they could do. But what a fun thing.
Recovering for sure. But I mean, it had a lot of recruiting flair to it too. We went to several high schools. The band played at 2 high schools. So it was definitely, and we also had a huge recruiting event at Highmark Stadium with our admissions team. It was a private event in the Toyota Suite. Really, really cool. We got a private tour of the stadium. We got to go on the field. We got to see Josh Allen's locker. That's not labeled, but they're pretty sure that's what it was. And it was just a really special way to just, celebrate the students and create that brand pipeline, which we just haven't really done before to this level. And so just the noise and the energy that it created, I mean, it would be shocking if we didn't see, an uptick in the next couple of years of enrollment from that area.
I have 2 questions on this, Mindy and Chad. One, did you invent the wheel on this? I'm not aware of any other university, and there's been, big time players in sports that have proud of the university, and you almost can't think of them without thinking of, oh yeah, that's the guy from Alabama. I've never seen a university though come alongside the pro team that student went to. That seems unique.
And this level.
Well, there is one example, and that's Pat Mahomes in Texas Tech and Kansas City.
Okay.
Let's just say Texas Tech has spent a heck of a lot more money with the Chiefs than we've spent with the Bills.
Oh, yeah.
and that's been over a period of now, 7-8 years on their part. And they're seeing some results there as well. But no, I don't think that this happens a ton. Certainly not in our history. But Jake, the thing that's you being from that part of the country, it. It's 1,500 miles from here, and that seems like a long ways geographically. It certainly is, but culturally, it feels like. We were welcomed by wonderful, warm people. The people of Western New York seemed a lot like me to people from Wyoming. And I don't know, you could tell us if that's true for sure or not.
Yeah,
but that's how it felt.
Yeah. It's very true. That it's an organic mix. You're not forcing anything there. The people in Western Wyoming, the people from Buffalo, New York are similar to those in Buffalo, Wyoming. Really, it is the same kind of person. You're talking about similar, if you want to talk sports or University of Wyoming is not a huge SEC, place that NFL draft guys go look for. And Buffalo, Wyoming, but the Buffalo Bills are a small market football team. Both University of Wyoming and Buffalo Bills punch above their weight. You better know it. They have that similarity as well. My other follow-up question is, what came first, the chicken or the egg? We
cutting out on us, Jake. Sorry.
What's that?
It's a little wonky.
Oh, our internet, maybe. I feel I see us all still here. Yeah, on your end. Yeah, we are losing you. Mindy and Chad, we're talking to about University of Wyoming, Buffalo. And another similarity between Buffalo, New York and Buffalo, Wyoming is the internet, perhaps.
Yeah.
All right. You ready? Okay.
We're in a really old building, so.
Oh, yeah. Well, I saw Mindy doing some IT work, like just kicking it. There you go. You've now been hired.
Yeah. No, I'm a many role person. I'm going to spool up a hotspot. Just.
Oh, okay. All right. We can do that. We got to hurry. We only got about 5 minutes left in the hour, but yeah. Mindy's going to get all tech on it. Mindy Peep and Chad Baldwin joining us from the University of Wyoming. So my other follow-up question, Mindy and Chad, is what came first, chicken or the egg? You saw organically, it felt like brown and gold at Orchard Park in Buffalo, and you saw Buffalo Bills jerseys showing up at the War. Who did you cause that with the relationship and money spent, or was that already happening, or is it kind of both?
I think it was happening, Jake. I think we just augmented it and maybe made it formalized a little more. For instance, Bill's Elvis, a fellow named John Lang, he's one of their fans. He's been coming to Laramie for years and bringing people here. People from Wyoming started going to Buffalo shortly after Josh was drafted. I have family members who've been there. And so that exchange was going on. I just think it's just accelerated. And now us going there in a more formal way, it just shone a bigger light on it.
Yeah.
And so it's like it kind of brought to light this relationship that's been developing over the years. And it's really cool to see. It's manifesting things like this fundraising that's going on for Josh's favorite charity, which is Oshai Children's Hospital, Patricia Allen Fund, named for his grandmother. We got UW alumni. I think we've raised like close to $15,000 in just a week and a half. And when Bill's Elvis came here, they did a fundraiser that helped support Climb Wyoming. Bill's Mafia is very famous for these sorts of fundraiser things, and so it's really cool to see. And the tailgating with Bill's Elvis before the game, let's just say it got a little crazy. The table jumping, but I think the Wyoming fans felt very much at home in that environment.
And Bills fans too. We had a tent that's called, or it was on a place called the Boulevard. It's like as you go into the stadium, and they have a lot of vendors there set up. And our board of trustees were, visiting and saw us, but they said that our line was like, I don't know, like 200 feet long because people wanted to spin this prize wheel so they could win merch from UW. So, and that was definitely more than just Wyoming fans. So people know who we are, in Buffalo. And so hopefully we have a lot of fans coming from Buffalo or from, the Western New York area just for the game this weekend to celebrate our seniors, our football seniors, and then also Josh Allen's retirement. So not his retirement, his jersey retirement.
That's right.
Yeah.
We don't retire yet. So,
Mindy and Chad joining us from University of Wyoming, and I bet Kim Pagula has on speed dial the university. Probably not too many NFL team owners are aware of the college. And then the similarity between the Bills Mafia and anybody in Wyoming. They both are professional snow shovelers if you go to either place in the world. I'm excited. Josh is in town today. He's going to be in Laramie today. Make sure he gets medical attention. Houston Texans banged him up last night, man. Makes you get him a massage or whatever you need to get him. And then the big game kicks off at noon. We're going to destroy the Nevada Wolfpack. The game is kind of an afterthought after we honor the seniors on senior night and we retire the 17. I know there's a search for a new university president going on now. My advice, if you're on the final list, your final interviews, is to show up wearing a 17 and maybe jump on the table and break it.
Crash through. That would be powerful.
You would be an immediate hire. We're going to play you that new video. It's so cool. I'm going to play it next hour, first thing, right after the news. We got to jump out, though. Hey, thanks for both being on.
Thanks a lot.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Mindy, Peeps, Chad, Baldwin joining us live from the war in Laradise, where we got a big football game to play tomorrow. And we're going to put the 17 away, mothballed. First time, only time, maybe. The Wyoming Cowboys are going to retire a jersey. The 17 will never be worn again by a Wyoming Poke because nobody wore it like Josh Allen, NFL MVP. Interesting relationship between the university he graduated from and the team he now plays for. I've never seen anything like it. UW Buffalo. Time for news. See you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming hunter found mysterious aircraft parts Wednesday scattered around an area near Laramie Peak, sparking an official probe. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that authorities believe the debris likely blew off a small Cessna jet in mid-flight, but no crash was reported.
They looked around, they found a few scattered pieces, and then they hiked up to the top of the ridge, used their binoculars to see if they saw any more, as he put it, more airplane parts or bodies or whatever. Didn't find anything, so they called the authorities, and of course, the Sheriff's Department, National Transportation Safety Board, FAA, all sent people out there.
Authorities confirmed that the jet parts were from a plane that had taken off from Casper in 2019 and landed safely in Scottsbluff, Nebraska. A Big Piney man agreed Thursday to plead guilty to second-degree murder and mutilation of a dead body for killing his friend in February with a bow and arrow. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that life in prison is off the table for Rowan Littauer.
So he was facing the death penalty there on his very first couple hearings, but then the prosecutor said, I get it. This is a public defender case. We have a public defender shortage. Death penalty cases are immense undertakings. And so the prosecutor early on was like, it's not a death penalty case, but under the first degree charge he was facing, it was just life. You don't get a term. It's a life sentence. But under the second degree that he's now agreeing to plead guilty to, the 75 to life does have that, however elusive, parole board idea.
It is now up to the Sublette County District Court judge whether to accept the agreement. Littauer can withdraw his guilty plea if she rejects the agreement. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 60-year-old Casper man told a judge Thursday that he's a victim before he was sentenced for child pornography charges. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Mark Chenez was defiant in court.
The 60-year-old Casper man was to the very end claiming that some 1,000 images, 70 files of child porn were planted on his phone. That after he made a plea deal with the Natrona County District Attorney in June. So as he was sentenced, he got 12 to 15 years. And as he was being let out, he told the judge, "This is injustice." And she said, "You are in the custody of the court bailiffs."
Even though he took a plea deal, Chenez claimed the 1,083 child porn photos found on his phone were planted there while he was asleep. An 81-year-old rancher's Caterpillar track hoe was stolen in broad daylight near Big Piney, Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that equipment theft is a costly problem, not just in Wyoming.
According to experts, they can strip it for parts, or they can take it out of state or out of the country and sell it. It's a big problem nationwide. Up to $1 billion a year in equipment is stolen, and this one didn't have any kind of tracking device on it. The person who stole it was likely able to use it because they have a universal key for these.
Earl Wright, who owns Fishtail Cattle Company near Big Piney, isn't out for vigilante justice. He just wants his 10-year-old $30,000 Caterpillar 305C mini excavator back. The town of Laramie is all abuzz as it prepares for Josh Allen's return for the retirement of his Wyoming Cowboys football jersey on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson reports that things will start getting busy in downtown Laramie starting Friday night.
So on Friday night, the marching band comes downtown and plays at various bars downtown. And Saturday morning, Josh Allen will meet with the team. And then at halftime, the whole reason he's here is because his number 17 jersey from when he was a player at the university will be retired during halftime. So this is kind of the conclusion to that. He's the first player ever to have his jersey retired.
The University of Wyoming spent $2 million to run a 30-second ad during the Super Bowl featuring newly minted NFL MVP and UW alum Josh Allen. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here.
My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show, finally Friday. Mac Watson is with us. He arrived in his brand new track hoe, which he parked out front of the studios. Where'd you get that track hoe, Mac?
I got a great deal on it. I got it almost next to nothing. And I'm driving it like I'm stolen it. You know?
You've parked it right on my bushes.
Yeah.
But okay.
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna redo that landscaping. That's why I parked it on the bushes.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need them anymore.
You've got the shovel, you got the ready-made machine to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's Grand Theft Auto, Grand Theft machinery.
Yeah, and the thing about that story that I just thought was, what? Really? This is becoming more and more common because until recently, the older pieces of equipment had a universal key. So anybody with a universal key can go and start this thing and move it and take it. And It is a $1 billion problem in this country. I had no idea that people were taking backhoes and track hoes and all this kind of stuff. And then what they do with them is they take them and they beat the crap out of ATMs and take the money. and leave the track hoe there. I had no idea.
Oh, I didn't.
So it's not like one farmer is stealing it from another farmer because he needs it on his farm. People are using it and they strip it for parts. They sell it on the black market, and then people with nefarious intentions take it.
Yeah.
They literally back up the trailer. They take it. They smash the ATM. They leave the track hoe and they leave the trailer and get out of there with the cash.
People want them for a smash and grab at the ATM, and it would trace back to the poor. I didn't know that either. Because, well, you think like, boy, you thought it was difficult to find a fence for the Louvre jewels. How you going to unload that? How you going to unload this, track? And the reason, I could see where Caterpillar and those manufacturers have the universal key, because, I mean, who knows how to even drive one?
Right.
You can't make a fast getaway. What is the market for a hot track hoe?
Well, now because they're so expensive, and I mean, what we're talking about is in the Cowboy State Daily newscast, they're 81-year-old farmer, 81-year-old ranch guy, in the middle of no flipping where, left his track hoe, was going to come back and finish the job. Somebody comes by and steals it, so he reports it, and he goes, I don't want vigilante justice. I just want it back. It's about $30,000. It's 10 years old. New, they are up to $80,000 to $90,000.
Yeah.
That's more than a car. That's more than a truck.
Oh, yeah, because think about what they are and what they do. Yeah, I'm surprised they're not even more than that. But it's not the only time. We've seen, even before you came on, Mac, and you probably remember, but in the news, Wyoming and right on the border of Nebraska, Dakota, there was a few machineries gone missing. This happens.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible. Poor guy.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know, because Thanksgiving is next Thursday.
Mm.
Do you want me to tell you the story of how my grandmother ruined Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
All right. So quick backstory. My dad grew up on a gentleman farm, so it wasn't their main source of income, but he grew up on a farm.
Yeah.
When he was old enough, he bought an acre. We built a house. We moved in. I was about 2. And every Thanksgiving, we would go literally next door to my grandmother's house. It was stone's throw away.
Aww.
And she would make the meal and all that kind of stuff.
Green bean casserole.
Well, it gets worse. Don't get ahead of the story.
Oh, sorry.
She is standing in the kitchen, and she always wore one of my grandfather's button-down Oxfords with the sleeves cut out. So it was like a button-down wife beater. Yeah, weird.
Yeah.
Because it got so hot in the kitchen. But she's making all this stuff, and she's bringing it out to the table, and she has false teeth. Well, she sneezes, and her top plate lands directly into the bowl of succotash. Now, if you don't know what succotash is, or if you remember the old Warner Brothers cartoon where Sylvester, the cat, would always say, "Suffering succotash."
Yeah.
Succotash is a southern dish. It is lima beans and corn in a milk sauce. It's gross, but my dad loved it, so she always made it. The top plate of her dentures lands into the bowl of succotash. Now, you would think, being a legitimately smart person, or at least an aware person of what has just happened, she takes the spoon, she scoops out her dentures, puts it back in her mouth, puts the spoon in the succotash, sits it on the table, and says, "Who wants succotash?"
Ooh.
Nobody except my dad.
No hands shot up. Yeah.
No, thank you. My mom and I are just staring at the bowl. And that's how my grandmother ruined Thanksgiving for us.
Wow. Although, I mean, I can't imagine this dish could get any less
grosser.
Yes. Succotash. Okay, the teeth on top, boy, that really, that's the icing on the cake.
Yeah. But she was of that generation that, I ran out of Fix-A-Dent or whatever. Oh, I'll just wait till I go to the store, that kind of thing. So she would sneeze or something would happen, and you'd hear her teeth clattering across the wooden floor. Why don't you fix that? Oh, I'm fine. Oh, good God, Grandma, come on.
Wow.
Come on.
That's right up there with the Griswolds when he cuts into the turkey and okay.
Yeah, except that was mine's a true story. Mine happened. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a little heads up for anybody who's preparing their Thanksgiving meal. Keep your teeth in your head, in your mouth.
And don't serve succotash. It really is a non-entity as far as a Southern dish. Lima beans are the most useless bean or legume that has ever been created. Corn's okay, but then you add the milk sauce. Like, come on. I mean, nothing screams poor. Nothing screams, like dirt poor people than succotash.
Gooey, poor with teeth on top.
Come on.
Side dish. Yeah, no. I like the bit. What do you like to do for Thanksgiving? I just like the turkey, smashed potato, stuffing. I mean, those are staples.
I'm like you. Just give me, I guess, the traditional stuff. I don't care about like back on the East Coast, they may have seafood, or you may have a fish dish along with turkey or something like that. I'm like a traditional. I like my stuffing. I like my turkey. I like my mashed potatoes, but I will tell you this, do not give me cranberry sauce out of a can.
Oh, see, I do that.
I want it homemade, and I want it with the real cranberries, and maybe put a little bit of jalapeno in there for a kick.
Ooh.
Yeah. Dude, it will change your life.
I
it will
like that.
change your life.
I don't necessarily oppose fresh, real cranberry, but I'm kind of hooked on the junk. Like, I'll take it out of the can, but
No way. Oh, okay.
But I realize that's not most people.
Yeah.
A little jalapeno. That's an idea.
Yeah, a little jalapeno, not too much. You don't want to overpower the sweet.
Yeah.
But a little jalapeno just for a little subtle kick, it makes the difference. It doesn't taste like jelly anymore.
Yeah.
Because usually when you reduce the cranberry and you add sugar, it tastes like cranberry. It's a sauce, but it tastes like cranberry jelly. You put a little bit of jalapeno and you're like, oh, what fine dining establishment have we walked into?
You went from 3-star to 5-star
There
restaurant,
you go.
man. Michelin.
There you go.
Interesting. The James Beard tip of the day from Mac Watson is...
Right. And brine your turkey.
Everybody says
it makes
that.
a huge difference.
Everybody says that. What is brining?
Okay, well, brining is a salt solution that infuses into the meat of the chicken or the turkey, and it's softer and it's juicier after you take it out of the oven. But you got to brine it for at least 12 to 18 hours. So there's planning involved.
Yep. And other than the potential 911 call to the fire department, I know a lot of people do the fried turkey. They dip the...
Yeah.
Have you ever done that?
No. And I'll tell you why. Because the fire hazard is just too great.
Totally.
And I don't trust myself.
Yeah.
But here's another tip. Make sure when you put the oil in, put in like something the size of a basketball or a football to make sure you have enough space at the top. That's how the fires start.
Yes.
People put in all this oil, then they drop in the turkey, and the displacement causes that oil to just erupt, and then it catches everything on fire. So make sure you have enough room between the top of your container and the oil when you put the turkey in. So do like a dry run first.
Kids, if you didn't pay attention in Eric Crock's physics class and you don't understand displacement, you're going to pay the price. You're going to be calling.
There you go.
At least I hope you paid attention in math, because 911 are the numbers you're going to need to know. Eric Crock,
funniest line ever. I think it was on 30 Rock. We need the fire department. What's the number for 911? Does anybody remember the number for 911? One of the funniest lines ever.
Yeah. Well, I go through life with the line, hold my beer, and the fact that I have the 9 and the 1 already dialed. I'm just waiting on the last number. Watch this.
Yeah, right.
We had that teacher on, by the way, the Cheyenne teacher who's got you for life. What a cool guy, Eric Crock. Great story.
Yeah.
I love that's the embodiment of a perfect teacher, teaching to the whole student. He's a cool guy.
Right. Yeah. And those, it's cliche, but it's true. We need to recognize teachers. We need to recognize the influence they have. Because everybody, you, me, everybody, we have that maybe one or maybe two teachers that really put us on a path.
Yeah.
You know, whether it was the cool music teacher that got us to play an instrument, or whether the math teacher that took like a real interest in us and, you know, really got us into numbers or whatever. There's that one story or that one teacher, maybe a couple teachers in your life that really have an effect on you. And for them, it's just every day. That's the amazing thing. They don't go out and seek like, I'm going to make a difference in Jake. You know, I'm going to influence him. They're just doing their job.
Yeah.
But you don't realize at the time, like life is lived moving forward, but lived recognizing or looking backward. You know, you don't realize what you know until you have to know it. And so the teachers that really had an impact on you, you may not realize it at the time, but, you know, 5, 10, 20 years down the road, wow, I really got a lot from Mrs. whatever or Mr. whatever. And teachers really need to, and my, I dated a girl in college who was an elementary ed student, and she came home one day and she said, you know what teachers love the most? It's when their former students come in and tell them, hey, I really appreciated you, whatever, the influence you had or the influence you did or whatever. They really appreciate it. So if you see a teacher that you knew, tell them how much they meant to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's important. So that's good stuff.
Good point, Mac. Hats off to all you educators.
Absolutely.
Let's talk 17, Mac.
This, I learned this with Cal Ripken. Okay. I learned this with Michael Jordan. When you are witnessing greatness, recognize it. If you can go see this person live, whether it be a concert, whether it be a sporting event, whatever, go see it. If you got a chance to see Hamilton, go see it. If you have a chance to see Josh Allen play, go see him, because you're never going to see this type of talent again. And I know people are like, well, there's always good quarterbacks. Is that Josh Allen is different. Cal Ripken was different. Michael Jordan was different. Recognize at the time who these people are, because not going to come around in our lifetime. Like Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
You know, the Dodgers pitcher. That is history upon history. He's better than Babe Ruth. OMG.
Hey, wait.
Josh Allen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, hold on with the Babe Ruth as a Yankee
that's
fan.
A discussion for a different time. I'm just saying.
No,
In our lifetime, we've never seen this type of talent.
I know.
And so with Josh Allen, this is amazing to me. And I talked to Anna Louise Jackson, our reporter, who flew from Iceland, by the way, to Denver, and she's driving to Laramie today. Yeah, I know. That's a backstory.
All right, Anna.
Yeah. She's going to be in Laramie this weekend for the whole shebang, because it's going to start tonight and last until tomorrow night for Josh Allen. Josh Allen is getting his number retired. I had no idea. This is history. Yeah. Wyoming, UW has never retired a number. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
Yeah.
And of course, it's Josh Allen. So it's history. So, you know, I mean, last night, I don't know what happened. I kept watching that game going, I don't know what is going. The Texans aren't that good, or are they? And then I heard on the broadcast that, the Texans beat them last year. So maybe it's just a fluke thing that the Texans have the Bills number. I don't know. But beside that, anytime you can see Josh Allen play, watch, because you're never going to see that type of talent again. Yeah. Or it'll be different. It'll be a different type of talent, but he is a unique individual. And from what I understand, because I don't really know anybody that knows him, I've never heard, because you know, us in radio, TV, media, we hear stories. I have never heard somebody say, Josh Allen. Never heard somebody say that.
Yeah.
You can say it about Aaron Rodgers. You can say it about Michael Phelps. You can say it about a number of athletes. Never heard somebody say, well, you know, Josh Allen, ...
No,
Never heard.
The guy's been generous with his time and his money. We've seen that. He told his own team, don't spend a lot of money on me, but pay other players. He even said, what's another $5 million to me? He goes, I don't want to sound callous, but another $5 million is not going to change my life.
Right.
If that's what it takes.
Plus, he's a farm guy.
Cool guy.
He grew up on a farm.
Yeah.
You gotta love that in Wyoming. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He, he's not the He's not the only superstar who's gone on to NFL fame to come out of UW. We've had Jim Kick, Jay Novacek. There's been numbers we could have retired.
Logan Thomas. Yeah, the guy playing for the right now, the Bengals. Yeah. Or the Cowboys.
Now the Dallas. Yeah. Yeah. There's other numbers we could have put up, but the 17, that's the one. And Mac's right. If there's a GOAT in our time and you have a chance to see him, you will regret not going to seeing the Rolling Stones when they were in London and you were in London. You'll regret it forever. Your grandkids will say, "What was it like, Josh Allen?" They're like, I didn't go.
Right. I regret not seeing Cream. They did 2 shows. They did one in London and they did one in New York. Couldn't afford it. Couldn't afford to see Cream.
Yeah.
I want to see Rush. Rush has decided to tour again, but with a new drummer, a female drummer from Germany who is just lights out fantastic. So I want to try to go see them. If you have the opportunity, go. That's your life lesson from Mac Watson today.
Bam. See the GOATs while you got them. Appreciate them.
Have a great Thanksgiving, bud.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate you being on.
All right. I'll talk to you next week.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Mac Watson. Go see the greats of our time. Sometimes they're not appreciated in our time. Many times artists, authors, we got to wait till they're dead before we knew what we had, but not so in sports. You recognize greatness in sports. You oughta. And even if you're not a Bills fan or a Cowboy, Wyoming Cowboys fan, you recognize the 17. Tomorrow we put it up for good in the rafters. Number retired. Josh Allen headed to Laramie right now as we speak. He'll be there tomorrow, noon kickoff against the Nevada Wolfpack. And the retirement of the number 17. When we come back, I'll play you the cool video and the 30-second ad that Wyoming did. Wyoming's connection, University of Wyoming connection to the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen. Yeah, that's intentional. And it's kind of expensive. The university has paid millions to hitch their wagon to Buffalo or vice versa, Buffalo to Wyoming. It's a great partnership. It's a great marriage of a Western New York town that rallies around their team like no other, and a Western university that forged Josh Allen. We'll come back and I'll play you those videos right after this break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think
I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Welcome back from break. Finally, Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a look at this day in history. November 21. We're going to start off in gruesome fashion. It was this day in 1842, the birthday of Alfred Packer. He was born in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, but Alfred Packer would be forever tied to Colorado, known as the Colorado Cannibal. Oh, you got to read the story. It is Alfred Packer, prospector back in the day in Colorado, blizzard survivor, dined on human flesh. Oh, the Colorado Cannibal story of Alfred Packer, truly unique, interesting. I'm seeing on Wikipedia, by the way, that Packer was born not on this day, but on January 21st, not November 21st. Interesting. So who's correct? Wikipedia, which is iffy, or my source of history, which is really sketch, really sus. I don't know who's right, but okay. Alfred Packer born this day. Tom Horn was also born this day. We learned Tom Horn was hanged, I think, just yesterday, right? So he was hanged the day before his birthday. Oh, that's tough. Tom Horn, born in Scotland County, Missouri, on this day, 1860. 1865, Platte Bridge Station is renamed Fort Casper in honor of the late Casper Collins. It's where Casper, Wyoming gets its name, and you probably know that piece of trivia that Casper is misspelled. The Casper, the city we know of today, spelled with an E-R. Casper Collins spelled his name with an A-R, Casper. And that mix-up was never corrected. Major General John Pope issued the order to change the name of the fort from Platte Bridge Station to Fort Casper. He said the military post situated at Platte Bridge between Deer and Rock Creeks on the Platte River will hereafter be known as Fort Casper in honor of Lieutenant Casper Collins, 11th Ohio Cavalry, who lost his life while gallantly attacking a superior force of Indians at that very place. 1877 this day, a new invention unveiled by Thomas Edison. It was the phonograph. Phonograph celebrates a birthday this day, 1877. November 21st, 1887, Wyoming Central Railroad opened its line between Douglas and Glen Rock, thereby extending rail service on that state line. This day, 1895, the federal district court sitting in Cheyenne held that the Treaty of 1868 did indeed exempt Indians from the state's game laws. Now, that decision would later be reversed, but that was a source of much conflict post-treaty days when certain tribal members just continued in their old ways of hunting elk, hunting bison, hunting whatever, whenever they wanted. They did not respect any kind of game laws. What do you mean there's a hunting season? And this particular case involved a Bannock Indian named Racehorse. In Uintah County, Sheriff John Ward arrested Racehorse for the unlawful and wanton killing of 7 elk in 1895. That went to trial, and as we said, on this day, the federal district court said, you know what, Indians don't have to adhere to state game laws as part of the treaty they made, a decision that would later be reversed. This day, 1913, the birthday of Nathaniel Burt. Nate Burt, author, was born in Moose, Wyoming on this day, 1913. Speaking of authors, Papa Ernest Hemingway married Martha Gellhorn this day in Cheyenne. The wedding took place at the Union Pacific Depot dining room. Ernest Hemingway and Martha Gellhorn married in Wyoming this day, 1940. This day, 1943, Goshen County's harvest declared success due to the efforts of immigrant Mexican laborers and prisoners of war. Because of the war going on, World War II, Goshen County had crops in the field that could just rot there if they didn't have people to harvest them. So the people they counted on were immigrant Mexican laborers and those being held as prisoners of war. This day, 1950, a DC-3 airplane crashes into Mount Moran, killing all 21 aboard. The plane was flying in poor weather. That happened this day, 1950. 1957, this day, Department of Defense announces the F.E. Warren Air Force Base would be the site of the nation's first ICBM missile launch capability site. 1975, this day, Dick Cheney, who was just laid to rest yesterday in a Washington, D.C. memorial. Dick Cheney assumed the position of White House Chief of Staff under Gerald Ford this day in 1975. All these things happened on this day in history, November 21. We're going to rodeo a little bit, and then we'll come back with those videos from University of Wyoming, Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen, all that. Right after this from the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, Donnie Gay from Texas, the 8-time world champion, the Pro Rodeo Hall of Famer, the analyst for the Cowboy Channel. He joins us. He reflects back on the year that was 2025 and the crowds that we've had, and he talks about his dad, who is also a Hall of Famer, who passed away recently. Donnie Gay on the Road Show. Coming up next.
Mark your calendars. Wednesday, December 3rd at 1 p.m. Join McDonnell Angus for their Beef Country Genetics sale at the Midland Bull Test in Columbus, Montana. Selling 150 fall and coming 2-year-old bulls and 30 commercial-bred heifers. Efficiency-proven genetics deliver up to 20% more savings in your cow herd and at the feedlot, while maintaining weaning weight. All it takes is using the right bull and the right program. Request your catalog and view videos now at McDonnellBeefCountry.com. Sale broadcast live at FrontierLivesale.com.
CattleCon 2026 heads to the heart of Nashville, February 3rd to the 5th. Music City is the place to be for the largest cattle industry event of the year, offering education, networking, and fun. Plus, you can check out the huge NCBA trade show, outstanding entertainment, and more. Go where the beef industry meets. CattleCon 2026 in Music City, downtown Nashville, February 3rd to the 5th. Visit convention.ncba.org for more.
The main thing is kind of like my dad said back in the late 70s, when it gets on national television, accessibility, same time, same station, basically, he thought it was going to be a winner, and now that it's on nearly 24/7, it's proved him right.
Yeah, speaking of your dad, he left us a few years ago, but you were in Oklahoma City recently for an honor for your dad, weren't you?
Right, the Hall of Fame inducted my dad this year. We're both in there, and and it's just kind of a culmination because Oklahoma City's Hall of Fame and Western Heritage Museum, it's still like Charlie Throckmorton said in his induction speech, it's the Taj Mahal of rodeo halls of fame, and I thought it was pretty cool getting my dad in there. Just a rough and tough cowboy, and worked from can see to can't see, and he made it work, and he proved to the world, just like he had told me, if you don't quit, you're going to win.
We will look for him on the Cowboy Channel during the National Finals Rodeo. Donnie Gay. On the Road Show, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, I want to play that 30-second ad that University of Wyoming placed during the 2025 Super Bowl. It was not nationwide. It was placed in select markets, but for the most part, a lot of people saw it, and it was a unique idea of augmenting a relationship that kind of was already there between Buffalo, New York, and the Buffalo Bills and their quarterback Josh Allen with his alma mater, the University of Wyoming. The 17 still worn today in Buffalo, and the 17 worn proudly at the War Memorial in Laramie for 3 seasons. 3 years we got Josh Allen. Man, we didn't know how good we had it. That Super Bowl commercial was so cool, and I want to play that for you. I think it was fantastic commercial and a pretty good buy. I know some people say, hey, that's a lot of money. The university spending $2 million on 30 seconds. But I think it was a wise buy, an impactful, powerful buy by the university. And you see that relationship between UW and the Buffalo Bills still continuing today. Here's what that commercial looked and sounded like.
Where do legends come from? Some start as dreamers, even after they're turned down again and again. But everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves.
This is the place that gave me an opportunity to come here and play the game that I love.
At the University of Wyoming, we're the team that believes in you. But belief is just the beginning, because MVPs are not found, they're forged.
Oh, man, that is so cool. That commercial still gives me chills. You saw in the highlights number 4 making a catch. That's not the only catch he made. Number 4 was Josh Allen's favorite receiver in college, Tanner Gentry. And those two hooked up on many an occasion. And I wonder what Tanner is doing today, because the Bills could use him in their receiving corps. Tanner Gentry was on the receiving end of many a Josh Allen heaved prayer. And I think we need another number 4 today for the Wyoming Cowboys or the Buffalo Bills. A new video which is all just it's all instrumental. And by the way, that's Mindy Peep voicing as the voice of that commercial. And we just had Mindy on before in the previous hour talking about the latest, what UW's doing in the relationship with the Buffalo Bills. Mindy did the voiceover on that ad, and I thought she did a great job because she didn't do it like I would have done it. She didn't do it over the top. She gave a really straight, clean read, almost devoid of emotion, and she let the video carry the emotion. I think it was a really nice read from admittedly a non-pro. Mindy's like, this is not what I do. But she did the voiceover, and I thought she did it really good. Here's by the way, the video that UW is rocking now. And for those of you on radio, the video shows a lot of brown and gold showing up in Buffalo, New York, Western New York, and a whole bunch of University of Wyoming fans mixing with Bills Mafia. What a perfect mix that is. Perfect marriage. The mascot, Pistol Pete's out there doing his thing, showing up. Western Thunder, the college band, the university band is there, blowing horns and swag being given out at the game. This all took place going back last Sunday when Buffalo hosted the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That was a great game. Buffalo won that game. What a fun game that was. What a weekend to be in Buffalo, New York. And a really cool video. That game, University of Wyoming spent some big money on that game, promoting the university. If you watched that game, certainly if you watched it in Buffalo markets, you would have seen these ads that were promoting the University of Wyoming. Pistol Pete, they got out to all the bars. Mindy said, man, we were out all night. We were tailgating, post-gating, we were doing all that stuff. And they got to all the bars and they're eating chicken wings and jumping on tables. The video ends with, of course, the Bills Mafia favorite thing to do is right there, crashing to tables. Buffalo Bills, University of Wyoming, and a perfect partnership. We talked to Chad Baldwin and Mindy Peeps about why and where that's going and the whole bit. That was fun to talk with them. Let's take one final break and we'll make a run for the finish line on the finally Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Back in a moment.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday, rolling along, and we welcome into the Zoom room, now called the Corral, I guess. I don't know. We're accepting sponsorships if that's where we're headed, and we say hi to our next special guest. We're going to close out the show with her. So, yeah, there's no better way to finish up. It's Kooch Daniels. She's been working as an intuitive throughout her life. She's given tens of thousands of readings to folks, guiding people, whether it's through the tarot cards. I've had my tarot read, astrology, chakras, whatever it takes. Kooch is also the author of a new book we're going to talk about as well. Kooch Daniels, Master of Arts, and she's living her best life in the Bay Area. Where do we start with you? What?
Oh, where do we start? Good morning.
Good morning.
In California, it's early, but I woke up special for you. I'm almost ready to go. I think maybe pulling a card. So I have these cards. This is an astrology deck called the Zodiac Light Oracle.
Okay.
And I'm going to be shuffling, going through. I want you to tell me when to stop, and I'll pull you a card for the moment.
Oh, I'm nervous.
Do you have a question, or you just want to pull a card?
No, yeah. Okay, let's just start out with a pull a card. Yep.
Okay, I'm going through. When you tell me to stop, that wherever my hand is, that's where we pull.
Okay, she's going through. Kooch is going through, and I want you to stop.
Dun, da, da, da. Oh my gosh.
It's not the death card, is it?
No, this is a card called Accomplishment.
Okay.
Accomplishment means you're moving quite along, getting a lot done, having more opportunity to be engaged in things that help you feel like the wheel of life is turning in your favor. So accomplishment is like you're doing good. Your life is on a productive, creative wheel, moving towards a really good goal or more than one goal, and success is coming down more and more as you move down on your path.
I like that. I can do that. Very good. Kooch Daniels, author, also a speaker, motivational speaker. She's been a keynote speaker at Tarot Reader Studio, New York City. She's taught tarot as an art, the tarot cards. I've had somebody read mine, and it was super interesting. Many, many people are searching for something, oracle, mystical pathway. They want to know what they can't quite see, but I think you can, Kooch.
Well, I've been trying to see for a long time, and I do try to look behind the veil. I shift from being more logical and conscious to trying to be more sensitive and intuitive to help people be more aware of what's inside of them. So my focus is self-discovery and focusing on how to generate more positive energy in relation to what's going on in your life. We have to think positively. There's so many intense dynamics going on, as you know. So if we let that intense energy that is sometimes confusing or negative be stronger than our confidence and our strength, then we're pushed down. And when we're pushed down, we're not very productive, and our path to accomplishment is much slower. So you really got to tune into what's your potential to be more creative. How do you lift your inner strength? Not everybody's into we got to be physically strong and build our muscles, but you also have to build your confidence, your inner stability, your ability to be grounded during challenging times. So I kind of work on that.
Yeah. So, Kooch, tell me how you recognized that either you had some of this inherent skill to do these things, and you did go on, you studied this, whether it's collegiate, you've studied with some of the masters and philosophers of it, but somewhere, tell me about the career path. You must have felt like, hey, I have a calling to do this. It interests me. I'm good at it. I want to learn more about it. How did you get to where you are now?
I came out of the egg trying to communicate with spirits and doing ghost hunting in haunted houses. And that was before I started developing my psychic ability, although I think it was already developed, but I didn't know how to channel it to work with it. So I got involved with teachers and other readers and motivational groups. And I found an incredible spiritual teacher. And then I found another incredible, authentic, true spiritual teacher, somebody who walks the talk, doesn't just talk. And I've just been opening more and more to trying to figure out how can I work on myself that enables me to have more clarity on how to work with others.
Now,
I started at a very young age. When I was 22, I was a street vendor in front of Ghirardelli Square in San Francisco doing readings.
Oh, man.
You can tell I'm not 22 anymore. But it's been a long journey.
I wish I could transport myself to that very scene. What a cool scene that must have been. A cool time, a cool place. So tell me about the books. Now, you've authored several books. We're going to talk about stars, cards, and stones. Unlock your intuition with ancient tools. There it is. Kooch is holding it up right now on video. Kooch Daniels. So, I mean, I think the best way to get a Kooch Daniels experience is to get it live with you, maybe virtually via Zoom, but also the book. Is that a way to connect? Are you able to get your message across in the book? It's not your first.
No, this is what I spent 30 years working on this.
Yeah.
So it wasn't something that, I just looked at and had an AI write down a few paragraphs for me. This is my life journey.
Yeah.
At least 30 years of it. And I mean, I have records of my proposal rejections from like 2003, because it came out just the beginning of this year.
Yeah.
So I guess it's really like a life journey of experience of giving people readings and working with the runes and the tarot cards and learning astrology and seeing how they weave together through the archetypes. And archetypes are like this universal symbolic messages that we all share in common. So if I'm talking to someone in Russia and I don't speak Russian, but if we both say mama, we both know mother and we both have an understanding of what is a mother, so I worked with universal symbols to communicate what these represent or what the cards and the stars represent, what the rune stones represent, how they weave together similar messages through these universal symbols. And it was just my journey that I understood by working with these tools. I don't know if you have Renaissance fairs in Colorado, but I did Renaissance fair 25 years, 3 different ones. And so most of my life for every year was doing readings, one on top of the other, like 7 or 8 hours a day, nonstop. And there was a lot of messages of how these mystical tools that are really ancient, how they communicate to us and how they intertwine. And that's how this book came about, through my personal experience.
Longtime professional intuitive. She's worked with private clients, corporate entertainment world. It's Kooch Daniels. Get to know her through the book. Let's start there. Everybody click on it, buy it. Stars, Cards, and Stones. Unlock your intuition with ancient tools. Once we do that and we read the book, Kooch, how can we follow up and learn more about you? Are you online? Can we just call you up in the Bay Area and say, Kooch, I need a follow-up reading? How do we find you?
You can go to my website, which is Secret Mystics I missed him. I told you I just woke up. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even have time to brush my hair. My website is mysticsecrets.net, mysticsecrets.net. And you can see what I'm about there. And if you're interested, you can direct message me, or you can direct message me on Facebook or Instagram to Kooch Daniels. And this book is it's on Amazon and all of your other favorite bookstores. If it's not on the shelf, you can order it.
Yeah, I like it. What a way to close out the show today. Discover your untapped path and transform your life with Kooch Daniels, renowned intuitive professional and an author of Stars, Cards, and Stones. Go buy that on Amazon right now today, and then visit the website, www.
And keep positive. We've all got to be positive.
I can do that. After all,
you look like a positive. You look like you should be playing football.
I drew the accomplishments card, and I'm positive, and it's Friday. What's not to be positive about that? MysticSecrets.net. Thank you so much, Kooch. Appreciate you being on.
Thank you. Take good care.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show is, we're just about out of time here, as we got to wrap things up on a finally Friday. Been so good to share the show with you, whether you're getting it on the YouTube. Yeah, we got our own YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe while you're there, and you won't miss anything. Once we know who you are, then we'll give you a word whenever we're making a move. Or you may be checking the show out on Facebook Live, X Live, where we have hundreds, thousands of followers who have already subscribed. Maybe you're watching the show on the home internet space URL, cowboystatedaily.com, but the show is also archived. Just click up top in the menu section to radio, and you can see and hear any show we've done for over a year now. We launched October 1st of last year. Yeah. Or maybe you're hearing us live on radio stations throughout the state of Wyoming. And you miss a show, you can always run it back on demand wherever you enjoy your podcasts. For now, that's going to do it for us. Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you first thing Monday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way, Wyoming way.